A few years ago, I worked the night shift at a small private jail in a secluded area. The facility was old, with a worn-out, decrepit feel, and there was only a handful of employees working the night shift. As part of the routine, once we clocked in, we were locked inside the building for the entirety of our shift. There was no going out, no breaks other than what was allowed within the facility itself. One night they needed someone to patrol the basement and the alleyways behind the building. Since I was one of the only men on the night shift, I was tasked with it. I figured it would be a good chance to stretch my legs and sneaking a quiet smoke break. The basement was unsettling to say the least. Dim lighting, shadows stretching unnaturally across the walls, and the air had a weird, musty smell that seemed to stick to everything. The whole space had this oppressive vibe to it, like you were being watched from every dark corner. There was only one way in and out of the basement, a heavy red door that required a large key to open. No windows, no secondary exit, just the door locked tight and heavy, like a barrier that trapped anyone inside. Well, I walked deeper into the basement, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck begin to rise. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like it was alive in some way. There was just something watching me in the darkness. The deeper I went, the stronger that sense became. And then it happened. I heard footsteps clear as day right behind me. At first I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I realized they were mimicking my steps. No matter how I changed my stride, the sound behind me followed in perfect sync, as if someone was walking just a few paces behind me, trying to match my every move. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I quickened my pace, but the sound kept up, like whatever was behind me was deliberately matching my speed. My heart started racing, and my body tensed in fear. I could feel the cold sweat on the back of my neck, the pit in my stomach growing deeper with every step. I rushed up the stairs to the red door, fumbling for the key in my pocket. I was shaking, panicking. Why wasn't the door opening? My hands were trembling so badly I couldn't find the right key, and the sounds from behind me kept growing louder. Someone was getting closer. I could hear shuffling footsteps right on my tail, coming up the stairs, the sound echoing in the narrow stairwell. My panic was reaching a fever pitch as I struggled with the keys. In a desperate fit of frustration, I kicked the door with all my might, and to my shock, the door swung open without a key and without struggle. A massive, heavy door that had always locked itself with a resounding clunk now just opened as if expecting me. I didn't think twice. I bolted out of the basement, heart pounding, adrenaline flooding my veins. I stepped into the cold, rainy night outside, but it didn't calm my nerves. The rain hit my face, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, and I stood there in the dark trying to convince myself that it was just my nerves, just my imagination. But nothing made sense. After pacing back and forth, I must have smoked half a pack of cigarettes, just trying to calm myself down. But the question swirled in my mind. What followed me down there? Why did the door open on its own? The fear lingered, a heavy weight on my chest. I couldn't shake the sensation that I had narrowly escaped something. Something wasn't right about the place, something darker than the usual eerie atmosphere of the jail. I never went back to the basement after that night, and within a few days I handed in my resignation. It wasn't worth the risk, not after what I'd felt, what I'd heard, and the way things didn't add up. I'm never able to forget that night. Those echoes of those footsteps still haunt me, and I can't help but wonder what was waiting for me down in the basement, and what might have happened if I hadn't have gotten out. This story has haunted my family for 4 generations. I used to visit my great-grandparents often as a small boy. My great-grandfather was a tall, robust man with a sense of humor that was always youthful and lively. We connected despite the age gap, and I always looked forward to our time together. But one day, everything changed. It was just he and I in the house. My grandparents had gone out, leaving me with him. I remember walking into the living room to find him sitting in his rocking chair. But he wasn't the same. He was eerily still, his expression somber, and the twinkle in his eye was gone, replaced by a deep, unsettling seriousness. I could sense something was off, and despite my usual carefree demeanor, I couldn't help but feel the weight of his silence. At first, I didn't know how to approach him. I was a child, but even then I could feel the unease in the room. Finally, I blurted out, "What's got you all upset, old man?" I always called him that as a joke, but today it felt like a poor attempt at breaking the tension. His face shifted, and a small grin crept back onto his lips, but it was weak, almost as if he was trying to hold something back. "Would you think I were crazy if I told you a story?" he asked. It was unlike him that I immediately took a step back. I hadn't expected something like this. "What's the story about?" "A ghost story." I was a little bit scared. Okay, I said. And then he started with his tale. I grew up with a man called Jeremiah. He lived in a house besides ours when I was a kid. We were best friends all through school, and after high school I joined the military and went off to college. We lost touch for a while, but when I returned home after 6 years in Japan, we reconnected. We decided to go hunting one weekend, something we had done many times before. He paused, the memory clearly taking him somewhere dark. His fingers clenched around the armrest of the chair, and I could feel his unease growing. That morning, something didn't feel quite right. It was subtle, just an uncomfortable feeling in the pit of my stomach. I almost called off the trip, but pushed it aside thinking it was just nerves. Jeremiah felt it too, motion sickness on the drive to the spot. But we tried to shrug it off. The road was winding after all. When we arrived, I noticed something strange. The place didn't look like the way I'd remembered it. There was a clearing I didn't recognize. And the air was too light. My gut was screaming at me to turn around and leave, but I pressed on. I walked into the clearing, and that's when I heard it. Footsteps, breathing. It was close, right behind me. The wind picked up, swirling in the direction like it had a mind of its own. And that's when I turned to tell Jeremiah to step back, but he was gone. I called for him. Nothing. I whistled, but there was no response. My heart was pounding and panic set in. I turned and ran back to where we parked, but when I got there, his truck was gone. I could feel my breath catching in my chest as he spoke. I could almost picture it, the isolation, the growing sense of dread. I drove back furious that he'd left without a word. I went straight to his house, but when I got there, his parents were sitting in the living room. I asked them when Jeremiah would be home, but they looked at me like I was crazy. They told me they hadn't a son called Jeremiah, and he was never a part of the family. I was beyond confused. I started looking around. No one knew him. No one had even heard of him. He wasn't in any of my yearbooks. I couldn't find his name anywhere. He let out a chuckle, but it didn't sound like humor. The only evidence I had was the packing list, the one we'd made for the trip. It's old and worn now, but his name is still there, what he was supposed to bring, what we were going to do. But no one, not a single person could remember him. Jeremiah was gone, like he'd never existed to begin with. Then there was this long pause, and I could feel the weight of his words hanging in the air. His eyes were distant now, and the sadness was palpable. I wanted to say something, but I was speechless, trapped in the same haunted silence he was. Not knowing what to do, finally I hugged him. He seemed lost in his own mind, and I began to worry that he was slipping. When my grandfather came to pick me up, I mentioned to him that I thought my great-grandfather might need more help, that he was losing touch with reality. But then my grandfather stopped me before I could say anything else. "He's not losing it yet," my grandfather said, his voice steady, but there was an odd, almost fearful glint in his eyes. "He's been telling that story since I was a kid. He told it to your dad too. I believe him. Or at least I believe he believes it." Those words unsettled me. My grandfather didn't believe in ghosts or aliens or anything supernatural. So for him to say that, it made my blood run cold. I've never forgotten that story, or the packing list. It's still in my possession, actually, worn with age, but the name Jeremiah remains. A reminder of something that I cannot explain. And as time goes on, I wonder what really happened that fateful day, or that long ago. Did Jeremiah get caught up in some kind of glitch in reality? And get thrown into another world, a parallel universe perhaps, where my grandfather didn't exist? But I trust my great-grandfather's story. Maybe one of you can make more sense of it than I can. I wasn't exactly the most popular kid in high school. I was just this average girl, not cool enough to hang out with the popular crowd, but not quirky enough to get bullied either. Honestly, if you ask most of my classmates today, they probably wouldn't even remember me. I grew up in a big city. I won't say where, but think of somewhere like Detroit or Philadelphia. I grew up in a place like that. My neighborhood was this mix of faded brick buildings and concrete jungle. There was always noise, honking horns, sirens, and things like that. It had its own kind of charm, but sometimes it felt a bit heavy, and there was definitely a lot of crime. That wasn't super popular. My claim to fame, though, was that my dad owned a junkyard with an iron shredder. It might sound a bit odd, but honestly, it was kind of fascinating. A few people wanted to come by and watch the machine shred old washing machines, rusty bikes, and the like. The first time I saw it in action, I was about 10, and the noise was like thunder. I remember feeling scared watching how the metal twisted and crumpled. It was oddly beautiful in this destructive way. Now all the girls in school were crushing on this guy called Marco, and of course I was too. He was a basketball star who worked out all the time, plus he always seemed super smart, like he had stocks figured out or something. Everyone knew he had some family problems, but he still radiated confidence. One night during a football game, he came over to talk to me. My heart literally raced. I'd half expected someone to pinch me to wake me up from this dream. He didn't say much, though. He just said he wanted to talk to me and asked if he could find me at halftime. I said we could meet at the front entrance. At halftime, we slipped away into his car. He said he wanted to go to McDonald's. That felt so random, but I didn't complain. This was my first chance to hang out with Marco, and it was starting to feel like a date. While we were driving, he suddenly pulled over and asked if he could show me something. He took out a gun. My heart dropped into my stomach. I was not ready to see that. He told me he needed to get rid of it, and everything around me went blurry. When someone holds a gun in front of you, all rational thought vanishes. I was terrified. I didn't want to be in that situation. I couldn't really say no because he was holding a gun. My mind raced with all the things that could go wrong. It felt like the weight of the world rested on my shoulders. I didn't ask questions, I just nodded, hoping to make things better. He told me to text him later saying, "It was nice seeing you at the game today," after I had got rid of it. We went through the McDonald's drive-thru, but I didn't have an appetite. That's seriously weird. It almost felt like I was being kidnapped. In a way, I kind of was. He didn't force me to get into the car with him, but I couldn't really tell him to let me go either. In a way, it felt like I was intimidated into being in his car. He gave me the gun and dropped me off at my car in the school parking lot, and we said goodbye from there. I went home and grabbed the keys to the junkyard, praying my parents wouldn't catch me. Thankfully, they were upstairs. The keys were on the fridge, and it felt like I was living in some sort of bad movie. I drove to the junkyard, but then the panic set in hard. What if opening the gate was too loud and someone heard me? What if an alarm went off? What if someone showed up while I was there? What if the gun got stuck in the shredder? I had never operated that thing alone. What if I accidentally hurt myself? What if I couldn't figure out how to operate the shredder in time? What if this whole plan backfired and made everything worse? I knew this wasn't going to work out. So instead I went back to McDonald's, ordered a large meal because fries make everything better, and carefully slipped the gun into a bag with the fries and burger. I looked on Google Maps and found a park about half-hour away and drove there trying to stay calm. When I got to the park, I felt strangely detached from everything around me. I tossed the McDonald's bag in the trash can and sat on a bench with my heart racing while trying to think of what to say if someone asked what I was doing. If anyone had approached me that night and asked if I was okay, I literally would have felt sick. I have no idea how long I spent trying to calm down, but eventually I was ready to go home. It wasn't until later I found out Marco's sister had gotten mixed up in something truly horrific that night. She was involved in a violent robbery where she had used a gun to threaten a store owner. The store owner had not cooperated with her, and she had beaten the man's head with the gun, leaving him bloodied and dazed on the floor. Thankfully, no one was killed, but the brutality of it felt all too terrifying and sad. The victim was an old man, and I was caught up in something way darker than I'd ever imagined. When Marco's sister was arrested and charged, I was terrified someone would find out what I had done and link it back to me. I felt like I was carrying around this heavy secret and that I was suffocating. The thought of being questioned by the police, or worse, becoming a suspect, haunted me. I never brought up the incident. I saw Marco around school and made sure not even to make eye contact. Thankfully, I never heard anything more about it. The rumors faded and life went on. When girls talked about Marco, I said just enough to pretend like everything was normal. I still visit home occasionally and have seen Marco around. He's always surrounded by friends, laughing, carefree, but we never talk. It's terrifying how easy I was intimidated into participating into something so horrific. Each time I see him, it leaves me with a chill. And every time I do, I always hope it's the last time. In 2001, I was 3. I was an only child at that point. My parents and I lived in this rent house my mum still lovingly refers to as the shack. The shack burnt down only months after we moved in, but it was a good house as far as I remember. It was old and small, but it was where I spent my first 5 years, the good years, before stuff really hit the fan. It had a concrete slab of a front porch where I'd draw with sidewalk chalk. It had a living room with a heater that I would use to warm my toes in the morning before preschool. There was a ledge on the bathtub where I'd stand to brush my teeth. The single bedroom had been walled off partially to make my room big enough for a twin bed and a bookshelf. I had a dinosaur blanket. I was really into dinosaurs back then. I don't remember much, just small details. I remember my mum and dad, and I also remember the others. The others couldn't be seen by anyone except me. I would catch a glimpse from the corner of my eye. They were always turning around a corner, ducking behind the couch. They acted like they didn't want to be seen, except for Tommy, who was different. A middle-aged man with a dark blue suit and brown hair and a kind smile. Tommy had the nicest smile that would wash away any bad thought or feeling. He was always a good one. He wasn't there all the time, but I saw him and played with him enough for my family to become acquainted with the idea of him. He was my imaginary friend. I was a lonely, only child. I had made a friend of my own to play with. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except I did have a friend, a real friend, one that was alive and in the flesh. Daniel. It was around 2003. Daniel lived next door, and between our house was a field of tall grass with a path down the middle. We lived in the middle of nowhere in the shack, you see, so our parents would have to walk us over whenever we wanted to play. I remember the last time Daniel played at my house, and shortly after he stopped playing with me altogether. We were in my small bedroom playing with Lincoln logs on the floor. Remember the ones that you could fit together to build log cabins? Anyway, Daniel was lying on his stomach, and Tommy brushed his leg when he was trying to come into my room. Daniel looked up at him with fear in his eyes. I wasn't sure why. Tommy was a friend. He wasn't anyone to be afraid of. I told him, "Scoot over, Daniel, so Tommy can play too." And Daniel screamed and ran out to the front yard demanding to be taken home. My parents laughed when they heard the story and said I must have freaked him out by talking about my imaginary friend. I stood in the doorway with Tommy behind me, and Daniel stared at the door, but not me. I watched as his eyes fixed well above my head, and one thing was for certain that day. I was now not the only one who had seen Tommy. At the end of 03, my parents told me I was going to be a big sister. I was so excited. They also told me we would have to move, and they already had a house ready for us. As that house, and I quote, barely holds the three of us as it is, in the words of my mum. A few months later, they closed on a house in the small town nearby. It was less of a town and more of a community. One main road, a few hundred houses and a tiny school, and 2 churches. There was one amazing thing though. My best friend from T-ball happened to live right next door, Maddie. And I had hit it off with her the year before, so did our mums. I believe Maddie's mum was the one who told mine about the house being available in the first place. So, we moved in, and I was having the time of my life living next to my best friend. We would both be at each other's houses daily, and we were also in the same kindergarten class. Our houses were only 50 feet from each other. They had been on the same plot of land that was later split. And this little detail will be important for later. I had been a little worried about moving because I didn't want to lose my friend Tommy. Sure, he had made Daniel run for the hills, and I was the only one who could see him most of the time, but I didn't want to move houses and never see him again. My parents had only said the 3 of us were moving. They hadn't said about bringing Tommy, and when I asked, they laughed it off. When I told Tommy this, he just smiled and placed his hand over mine, as if to say, "I'm not going anywhere." The new house was strange. You could feel it from the yard. It's like when the AC is on and you can feel it from the crack around the door. Except it wasn't cold air exactly. It was just bad, though it did make you shiver. Maddie's house was the same. We talked about this just the other day, and there are 3 entities we can specifically remember between our 2 houses. One thing I liked about Maddie is that she saw them too. I felt way less alone. To this day, she is still one of my best friends, and we still talk about how bizarre our childhood was. One entity was the little girl. She stayed mostly in my house. She never spoke. She was harmless though, because she was as scared as we were of the Twisty Man. The Twisty Man, we believe, was attached to the greater plot of land our houses sat on. He was seen in both houses. It's hard to describe the Twisty Man. I think of a Dementor in Harry Potter, but it sounds stupid, but it would take away all the happiness, and you'd only be left with fear. He was all twisted and contorted, and a few times would look like he was caught in the ceiling fan swirling around on the ceiling above our beds. He was the color of a fresh bruise, blue and black and nasty looking. He didn't have a face either, just a twisted silhouette. He never spoke, just stayed long enough to nearly give us all a heart attack. Whenever I saw him, it was never long before I saw Tommy too. He would stand in front of it, holding my gaze until it went away. Staring at this man I'd known for as long as I could remember, the happiness returned, the fear melted, and the bad things sank back into the walls. My sister saw the Twisty Man as a toddler, and Maddie and I saw him several times, both together and apart. I had honestly all but forgotten about him, until Maddie shared with me something that happened about a month ago. Maddie's ex-stepbrother lives in her old house now. Her mum and stepdad divorced and he got the house years ago, but it was since given to his son. Maddie's mum got a call from her ex and thought it was weird. They're civil, but not friends who call and chat. The ex called Maddie's mum and asked, "What was that thing Maddie said she used to see in the house, the thing that she was so scared of?" Her mum said, "You mean that thing she called the Twisty Man?" And he said, "I thought so." Apparently, the ex-stepbrother noticed that the neighbor who lived in the old house was sleeping in the driveway in a camper van. He thought it was weird that a 40-year-old something single guy wouldn't sleep in a house he was paying a mortgage on, so he asked him why he was staying outside. The man told him, "I don't even know how to say this, man, but there's something in that house. It's blue and black and all twisted up and it watches me as I sleep. And I'm terrified. I ain't going back in there." This is a grown man claiming to have seen what we saw 20 years ago, having no context of our story. The third thing was less something we saw and more something that was just there. It would move things, knock things over, flush toilets, turn on faucets, mess with the electronics. More of a nuisance than anything. One time Maddie was sleeping over at my house, she told me to quit tugging the blanket down. I told her I wasn't, and to leave the blanket alone. We both felt a few more tugs before it flew off at the end of the bed to the opposite wall. The worst thing that was in that house that was not an entity, it was very much alive, was my father. I was 6 by the time and he was heavy into his many addictions. I can remember a time when he was good, but by this point he was mostly my worst nightmare. He and his friends, I'll spare you the details partially because I don't even remember it all, though I'm not too upset about that. I do remember one thing. He had a few friends over and they were very far past the point of rational thinking. I knew they were looking for me, and I also knew that finding me would be the last thing I wanted. There was a room in that house that I wasn't allowed in. It was less of a room and more of a boarded-in back porch, but it was where the laundry was. I asked my mum recently, and she said I wasn't allowed in because it wasn't safe. The house was falling apart even then, and the room was connected to the bathroom by a built-in cabinet that had a hole in the bottom behind the door, so you could pull a laundry basket into the bottom cabinet and then reach through from the laundry room to grab it. Although that part, admittedly, was pretty cool. I remember seeing the little girl holding her hand out to me. I saw Tommy behind her and he nodded to me, so I let her lead me through the hole into that room. I'd have never gone in on my own. I was not a rule breaker by any means. She showed me a loose board and I was able to push it enough to slip behind it. I could hear them calling for me, but she put her finger to her lips as a signal to be quiet. We stayed in that hole for a long time. I don't remember what happened next or how I got out, just that she never left me. I honestly don't know what would have happened if she hadn't have helped me hide. I didn't even know that loose floorboard was there, and neither did anyone else, I guess. They eventually got bored and went to hang out in my dad's truck until my mum and sister got home. More happened, but I won't go into it. My sister, mum and I moved in with my grandparents when I was 7. This would have been around 06. My dad had supervised visitation, which he lost quickly. Things were good at Grandma's. I felt safe and stable and didn't see anything there. But I did miss Tommy. About a year later, the summer before I went into 3rd grade, my mum remarried. The guy had a daughter 1 year older than me. My sister was 3, and we moved a few houses away to another community, even smaller and more rural than the first. I only lived in that house for the 4th semester. They figured out pretty quickly their marriage was a rebound for both of them and they would be better off apart, so I moved back in with Grandma at Christmas since my mum was moving back in the summer anyway. And I missed my old school so much. She, though, had to stick it out until June, being a teacher under contract. While we were living there, though, I felt like Karen from the Babysitter Club. I had my very own morbid destiny. My friend from the street, Gravelback Road, and I were convinced our neighbor was a witch. Looking back, I doubt it. She had a grave in her backyard, but I'm sure it was a pet or something. We thought it was her husband. I saw Tommy a lot living there. I think he knew I needed a friend, and I remember one day we had a babysitter. We heard footsteps like always, and she looked a bit freaked out. I told her, "Oh, don't worry, that's just Tommy. He keeps the bad things away." After that, we played in the yard until Mum got home, and I was scolded for scaring the babysitter. We were back with Grandma through that summer until my mum met guy number 3. He was a good guy when he was sober. The first time I knew he was bad was the first time I saw Tommy at the apartment we were now living in. He had been hitting the bottle all day, and the day ended with him breaking my mum's cell phone, screaming at us and not letting us leave. I was begging her to let me walk to the gas station across the street and call my grandma to pick us up. Please. I had told her, Grandma would let us stay again. I think at that point she was just so broken and embarrassed she wanted to stick it out and hope it got better. And it did, in the morning when he sobered up. But that seemed to be a trend for the next 6 years. That night, Tommy sat in front of my bed, between me and the door, while they screamed at each other again. He held my gaze. I don't know how long I stared into his brown eyes before I finally fell asleep. In 2009, we moved into the brick house, which is where I spent most of my childhood. It's hard because I have so many good memories of the brick house, but it's also where I spent my darkest nights. That house came with entities of its own. There were the Whisper people who lived in my sister's room, and the bad thing, and the stepdad. The stepdad, like I said, was good most of the time, especially in the early days. We would have nights where we knew to keep our distance because he had been drinking the brown bag juice. But he was a decent guy. It did seem, though, that the worse he got, the more active the bad thing was. I'll bring it back to the Whisper people. My sister refused to sleep in her room. Our hallway was shaped like a backwards 7 coming out of the living room, and at the top of the 7 was a bathroom. Perpendicular to that room was my mum's room. Then beside the bathroom, on the small line of the 7, was my room, initially. And on the tip of the top line of the 7 was my sister's, so her door faced my mum's. I hated standing in the small line at the 7. I always had a bad feeling. You could also see it from the bathroom mirror. I had only made that mistake once. After that, I would not look in the mirror until the door was completely closed. My sister would not fall asleep in her room. She always said, "The Whisper people were too loud." She was in pre-kindergarten when we moved there, and she claimed she couldn't sleep because they whispered too loud. One day I was coming out of the bathroom. I had just exited the door when I stopped because I thought I heard something from her room. My mum's door was to my direct right, and about 6 to 7 feet to my left was hers. The noise stopped abruptly, and I thought it was weird. I waited for a few seconds before I heard, directly in my left ear, an older lady's voice saying, "Shh, she'll hear you." I booked it. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. It sounded like I was wearing an earbud, it was that close. I heard them a few other times, but I didn't ever stick around long enough to have them notice me again. Just ignore it became a trend in that house. A trend, a motto, a philosophy. We just ignored it. Remember how I was talking about the bathroom mirror? Well, one day I was brushing my teeth and I made the mistake of looking up. And when I did, I saw a shadow. Except, it wasn't on the wall where shadows should be. It was in a void in the middle of the hall, standing where a person would be. It was a shadow but 3-dimensional, just standing there. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I could feel it staring at me. This is what I call the bad thing. The bad thing was much more powerful than anything I had ever experienced. My mum coined it the hallway walker, because she said she could hear it pacing the hallway at night. I quickly moved out to the renovated garage as my bedroom. We had walled it in, added a window and added insulation and drywall, and it was like any other room in the house, and it was huge. It was a kid's dream space. It was also generally free of the entities. For some reason, they stayed on the other end of the house, and I, for one, was grateful for it. The bad thing had this ability to play back our voices. I remember sitting in the living room with my mum and being the only ones home, when we heard my voice from her bedroom saying, "Mummy, come here." We both looked at each other, and she shook her head. Behind her, you'll never guess who was standing, Tommy. He did the same thing as her. He shook his head back and forth slowly. "Mommy, I need you." Our show was paused and we sat in eerie silence. I watched Tommy walk down the hall towards her bedroom. I heard it a third time. "Mommy, and then it stopped. I don't know what Tommy did, but it stopped. And we felt the air shift, took a deep breath. "I think it's gone. For now," we agreed. And she was right. It was gone, but it always came back. This is just one example. We heard our own and reached others' voices all the time. I was constantly keeping tabs of where everyone was in the house. I don't want to know what would have happened if I'd have listened and followed it somewhere alone. By the time I was a freshman in high school, I spent my ride home from school praying my stepdad was already passed out in the recliner. It was a good day if he was. Sure, we had to tiptoe and keep to our rooms, but at least I didn't have to deal with him yelling, cussing, hitting things, etc. On the unlucky nights we did have to endure his drunken stupors, it seemed the bad thing would be more active. He'd show up around corners, talk more, move things, and generally cast a dark, heavy cloud over the house, much like the Twisty Man did. He had a talent for sucking all the happiness out of an area. But on nights like these, Tommy would be there, always silently letting me know it would be okay. My other best friend, who later became my college roommate and godmother of my son, was over one night. Stepdad was God knows where doing God knows what. But it had been a good night. We rented movies, had eaten more than our fill of pizza, and spent the last few hours talking about boys and gossip. She went to the bathroom, and when she came back, she seemed uneasy. I asked what was wrong. "Dude, what's up with your stepdad? Where did he go anyway?" I look out the window of my room, which overlooked the driveway. His truck wasn't there. He's still gone." "No, I just saw some guy in your kitchen and he was wearing a suit." Then she went on to describe Tommy to a T. A few minutes later, we heard the front door bang open and my stepdad stumble in. And throughout the house, he finally grumbled his way into his and my mum's bedroom and slammed the door. I told her that was him. "Then who the hell's in your kitchen?" she asked. I explained the whole thing to her, like how Tommy had always been there to guard me and seemed to show up whenever I needed protection or comfort. "Oh, what, like an angel? Cool." That's what she said. She went on to see him about 4 more times when we lived together. I also had 3 other friends who stayed over describe the man they saw sitting at the table on the couch or leaning against a doorway, all with the same description: middle-aged man with brown hair and eyes in a dark blue suit. On the last night, I truly don't know if I'd have made it out that house. We refer to it as the last night because it was the last night we had to see stepdad. I was 16, and I was done. The situation with him had hit a breaking point. What was once just him stomping around and being intimidating to assert his dominance had become into something physical. Side note for anyone hearing this. Please don't say just because it isn't physical, if they're acting like that, it will escalate at some point. Just because it's all been verbal until this point doesn't mean it won't absolutely change in the future. Get out before it does. On this night, the doors were all locked. He'd taken our phones, he was marching back and forth spewing nonsense about how he demanded respect. I snuck my sister into my room and hid her in my closet. I barricaded the bedroom door, put headphones on her and played her favorite songs on my iPod so she couldn't hear him banging and yelling at me to open up. Part of me just wanted to give him what he wanted. Part of me thought, even if the worst happened, I'd finally be free of this. I was so tired. I didn't want to be unalived, which I truly believe to this day that's how that night should have ended. But I just couldn't do it anymore. But then I saw Tommy. He pointed to the drawer of my vanity. I hardly ever went there, it had become my junk drawer. "What?" I asked. He pointed again. I sighed and walked over to it, still hearing the banging and yelling on the door. Sitting there on top of my journals and old camp pen pal letters was my cell phone, the very cell phone that had been confiscated earlier that night. To this day I have no idea how it got into that drawer. It wasn't the first time things had seemed to teleport, but it was the first time I was grateful for the weird stuff I'd experienced my whole life. I took it out and called my aunt. I don't know why, but she was the first person I thought of. She worked with law enforcement, and I knew that she would know what to do. She always did. She called the police on my uncle's phone, and they were there within minutes. I brought my sister out of the closet so we could watch our stepdad finally be arrested for the 6 years of hell we'd gone through. I hugged her and looked over her shoulder to make eye contact with Tommy again, and thanked him. After it was just the three of us in the house, bills got to be a lot. My mom was a teacher after all, which wasn't lucrative, even in 2015. I had a cousin who had just had a bad breakup and needed a fresh start. She lived 15 hours away, and was 26 at the time. She and my mum decided that she would move in and help out with us girls and pay a small amount in rent, and it would be beneficial for everyone, so she came to live with us. She moved in the room that had been mine initially beside the bathroom. I remember after a few weeks of her living there, she asked me, "Did you ever sleep with the door open when you stayed in my room?" I laughed and told her hell no. She asked me, "Did it stare at you all night too, the shadow thing?" Once stepdad left, the activity died down a lot, but it was still prevalent. I remember one time I got home from school, as my friend had dropped me off, and my cousin's car was in the driveway. I had come inside and called out to her, and I'd heard her voice say, "I'm back here," clear as day. I had something I wanted to tell her, so I practically sprinted to her room, only to find it empty. I thought maybe she was in my mum's room, the bathroom, my sister's room. I searched, but she was nowhere to be found. I was annoyed. Was she hiding from me? I called her and she sounded confused. "I'm at the grocery store with your mum. What you on about? I'll be home in like 20 minutes. Whatever had used her voice had got me while I was in the house alone. I felt the air grow cold and ran to the front yard, passing Tommy on the way out. He was passing me in the hall on his way to her room. I didn't even stay to see what was going to happen. I just sat in the driveway until they arrived. Things went on like this for the next year and a half. During this time, my cousin had moved in with her now wife, and my now dad moved in. He's a fantastic guy. He adopted me a few years ago. I may have been 24, married and a mum, but it was important to me that he is my dad legally, and he is in my heart anyway. We sold the house the summer before I went to college, and we all moved across the state. We all needed a fresh start. We needed out of that town that held so many horrible memories. We needed to be able to go out in public without watching over our shoulders. So I chose where I wanted to go and they all moved. They lived about 45 minutes from the uni, which was nice. I was able to see them on weekends, but still have my independence. Having my independence and safety, though, turned out to be a curse, as much as it was a blessing. Now that I was finally safe, my mind decided I was in a place to process some of the trauma I'd experienced when I was younger, and I started to remember things that I had suppressed for the longest time. I was waking up nightly screaming. Every night Tommy was at the foot of my bed staring at me with his big, brown, soft eyes until my breathing calmed and I could finally sleep again. Even though that was the last thing I wanted to do. Having these night terrors invaded every aspect of my life. My grades fell. I wasn't doing my best job, and it had been weeks since I'd slept. The last straw was when I was horsing around with a friend from our friend group. It was my best friend from before, another girl, two of our old best guy friends and myself in our dorm room. I'd taken something from one of our guy friends as a joke and was dangling it around, teasing him. He reached for it, trying to get it back, and somehow I ended up pinned between him and the wall. He wasn't being violent, just playful. Something about that, though, set me off. I just remember coming to, crouched on the floor, and they were all looking at me concerned. They told me I started crying, shouting nonsense and hyperventilating. The next day, my best friend and the guy who I'd been playing with brought me to a counseling center. It was then I started to see a therapist, and we talked through it. I started taking anxiety medication not long after, and life was good. I still had my nightmares, but they were getting further and further apart. Tommy was always there at night to sit on the foot of my bed and look at me until I fell asleep, and just knowing he was there made me feel better. I saw him one more time when I was in college after the nightmares stopped. I was pumping gas at the gas station about a quarter mile from uni. It was the last building before a long bridge and then our school. I had just gotten in my car when a guy around my age came up to the passenger window holding his student ID. "Hey ma'am," he said to me. "I know this is weird, but I need a ride back to school. My friends ditched me. I see your parking pass. You going back right now?" My window was down slightly because it was a nice night. It was far enough for me to hear him, but not far enough for him to reach inside. Honestly, he was kinda cute and seemed genuine. I was about to say yes, when I made eye contact with someone in my back seat that startled me. It was Tommy, and he was shaking his head at me. I turned back to the guy who was reaching for my passenger door handle, and I felt a firm grip on my shoulder and made eye contact with Tommy one more time. He had a serious look on his face and was shaking his head even harder. "No, sorry." I locked the doors and sped away and could hear him shouting at me as I pulled out. I held my breath the whole way. I could feel the hand on my shoulder the whole time, and when I put the car in park, I collapsed on my steering wheel and sucked in a deep breath. My lungs were burning at that point. I could feel the hand leave and looked in the rearview mirror to see the empty seat. I spent the next few years in what felt like a whirlwind. I moved cities, transferred schools, got engaged, got married, and even had a baby. Tommy would show up randomly when I'd have nightmares, and a few times when loved ones sadly passed. The night my uncle, who was one of my only positive male role models, so we were close, passed. My phone rang. It was my mum. I looked over and saw Tommy on the couch by me, looking at me sadly. He knew before I did, and he was there until my husband arrived a few minutes later. Occasionally, Tommy would still show up to check on me, it seems. My husband has seen him a few times and he's cool with it. He's had his own experiences with the paranormal and believed me right away. The first time he saw him was after a nightmare. I woke up to Tommy on the foot of the bed, and a minute later my husband jumped out of bed and was screaming. But I explained everything to him and he took it surprisingly well, considering there was a man at the foot of his bed. One day, we were in my car and I'd run to the store to grab a few things, while he sat in the car keeping the heater on. And when I got out, he told me, "Hey, your friend came to visit." I must have looked confused because he said, "Your ghost friend, Tommy. He was in the back seat." I just said you weren't here right now and told him you were safe and thanks for taking care of you. He kind of just stared at me for a minute and then was gone. And that was the last time we saw him for about a year or so. The next and final time was right after I had my son. He was maybe 2 or 3 weeks old at that point, and I was walking into the nursery to check on him while he was napping. I stopped short because standing over the crib was a man in a dark blue shirt. He turned to look at me, and it looked like he had a tear in his eye. And he gave me a smile. "He's cute, isn't he?" I asked. He looked at me. "Thanks for keeping me safe." He looked back at my son and still looked at me like how a parent looks at their child after they crossed the graduation stage. He seemed proud of me, but he didn't answer. The look he gave me made my heart swell. Somewhere deep down, I knew this would be the last time I saw his kind brown eyes. Then, my son began to cry, and I tore my gaze away from the man who had kept me safe my whole childhood. And when I looked back to the space that Tommy had occupied, he was gone. There have been times where I think I made it all up. Maybe Tommy was my way of coping. Maybe he was part of a decade-long psychosis or trauma-induced apparition. But then I think of all the other people who saw him too. Maybe he was really there. Maybe he was an ancestor of mine. Maybe he was a guardian angel. All I know is I don't think I'd be here today if it wasn't for my imaginary friend. I'm 26 now, and have 2 loving parents who are the best grandparents ever, and a husband who I love more than anything, and an almost 3-year-old who keeps me on my toes. He's so smart and gives the best hugs. Lately, my son has been smiling and waving at the dark hallway and talking to someone in his closet. He calls him Blue Man. He never seems afraid. Maybe it's his own imaginary friend, or his own guardian angel, or maybe, just maybe, Tommy keeps me safe as long as he could, and now he's watching over him instead. And if it really is him, I know he's in good hands. It was in the early 90s, and I was just a naive 18-year-old working the night shift at a bra factory in rural Georgia. The factory was a lonely place after hours, with only a skeleton crew of about 15 people who mostly kept to themselves like I did. I was fresh out of high school, filled with an odd mix of youthful arrogance and ignorance. I had recently taken out my very first loan from the credit union, a move that I now realize was incredibly reckless, and splurged on a bright red Porsche 944. At the time, I thought I was living the dream, cruising around in that flashy car like I'd made it, even though I was barely scraping by on a factory paycheck. The factory itself was a relic, full of old machinery, the hum of which seemed to echo through the dim, empty halls. All the lights in the plant were turned off at night, except for the small section where I worked. That section was a small oasis of light in an otherwise cavernous, dark space. I didn't mind it, until one night when I was heading out for my shift and noticed something strange. As I was walking out to my Porsche, I saw that one of the company trucks outside had its interior lights on. Now, you think that would have been a small, insignificant thing, but something about it made my skin crawl. But I shrugged it off. Not my problem. I kept walking to my car, blissfully unaware of how close I was to something that would have changed everything. The next morning, the police arrived in force. Apparently, the interior light I had seen wasn't just some malfunctioning truck light. It was the result of a drug deal gone wrong. The police found a duffel bag containing no less than $750,000 in cash in the cab of the truck. But that wasn't the worst of it. Inside the plant itself, they discovered a box filled with 50 kilos of cocaine. The drug operation had been happening right under my nose, and I had unknowingly walked past it every night. The authorities acted quickly, taking possession of both the cash and the drugs. But the chaos didn't end there. A few nights later, another trailer showed up at the loading dock, an overseas container this time. The plant was a quiet, unassuming place, and no one had any idea what was really going on behind those walls. It wasn't until the trailer was inspected that the truth came out. A false wall had been installed inside it, hiding more cocaine. But this time the authorities had set a trap. They left the drugs inside the trailer as bait, but no one ever came to collect it. In the days that followed, another strange thing happened. My friends, who had always talked about escaping the mundane life of the factory, decided to up and leave for Florida. They were going for a fresh start, leaving behind the dead-end jobs and chasing something better. I was a teenager filled with excitement for a new life, so I jumped at the chance. I quit my job, packed up my stuff, and went with them. At the time, I didn't think twice about it. It seemed like an adventure, a way to escape the drudgery of my factory life and see the world far beyond the small town I had grown up in. But now, looking back with the clarity of age, it hits me just how close I came to disaster. I had worked late on the nights when the truck was parked outside with its interior lights on. I had no idea that the truck was likely being used by a man, maybe even several men, who were deeply involved in dangerous illicit operations. If I had taken a step closer, had I looked through the window of the truck at the wrong time, one of them could have seen me, and I would have never have known what hit me. But what really terrifies me now looking back is how I must have appeared to those drug dealers. A dumb teenage kid, all of a sudden driving a bright red Porsche, quitting my job and making a rash decision to follow my friends to Florida, just days after they lost millions of dollars worth of drugs and cash. It must have looked suspicious as hell. They had to be wondering, was I involved? Was I somehow connected to their operation? Was I a liability? I think about the night I left the factory, the night that could have been my last, and how close I came to getting caught up in something way darker than I could have ever imagined. Had I been in the wrong place at the wrong time, I might not have been so lucky. I might have been caught in the crossfire, or just disappeared without a trace. In the end, I escaped. I went to Florida with my friends, leaving the factory behind. But I can't shake the feeling that I narrowly escaped something very sinister. This happened 2 summers ago, while I was house sitting out in California for an older couple I had met at a conference for work. It seemed like a dream scenario. The couple wanted to vacation in Hawaii for 2 weeks, but didn't want to board their cats, and I had been chatting with them about wanting to visit California again where they happened to live, because I had loved it the first time I went, and we figured that we could mutually benefit if I came out and house sat for them. So I flew out there, and they showed me around for a few days, taught me how to care for the cats, 2 of them, one was extremely shy and I barely saw, which is important later, and their plants, gave me access to their house and cars. These people were so generous, and before I knew it, I had dropped them off at the airport and was on my own. At first, it really was the dream vacation. I was staying in Oakland, and making forays to San Fran, Santa Ma, Monterey. In the mornings, I could walk out the front door and shortly be hiking the path surrounding nearby Mount Diablo, and I was ultra content with the world. I was so enamored by the area that I had actually started looking into taking some steps to relocate out there. But then one day, about halfway through my final week, when I got back to the house, I felt really odd. Almost like I shouldn't go inside. I shook it off and went inside anyway, because it was getting late and I needed to put out dinner for the cats. Once I was inside, I forced myself to ignore how off I felt and made myself some food, went to bed, and was shocked to find the shy cat hiding under my bed crying. This was the first time I had seen her close up. The entire time I had been there up to that point, she never left my host's bedroom unless she didn't realize I was around. Again, I ignored feeling weird and just assumed she had decided I was okay and went to bed. I did start locking my bedroom door that night though. I also remember that about halfway through the night, I thought I heard someone walking around in the gravel outside the window. But after listening for a bit, I didn't hear anything else and went back to sleep. The day after in the morning, I still felt a little odd, but kept up with my plans for the day. I drove out to a little music festival in Sonoma and went clothes shopping and had an overall great day. When I got back to the house though, I found the front door locked in a way I hadn't left it. Basically, my host never locked the deadbolt, only the lower, second lock, and that's the only lock my key worked on. So I never messed with the deadbolt, but it was definitely locked. I had to call my hosts and find the hider key, which to their credit, safety-wise, was buried like a whole foot underneath a bush outside and had definitely not been unearthed for a long time. So I used that, went inside and kept the key with me just in case it happened again. And it did, but with a different door. This time I had stepped out into the garage to get a drink, and when I turned around to go back into the house, the door was shut and locked. I could use my normal key on that door, but I was still quite bewildered. My own cats are whack, so I think in my mind I was trying to come up with a way the cats could be locking me out of the house, but I was coming up empty. I decided I must have misunderstood how the locks worked, and just wrote it off and started checking and triple-checking locks when I went out of the house or into the garage. That night when I went to bed, the really awful feeling of unease was still there, and so was the shy cat, who was clearly unhappy to see me but also wouldn't leave my room. But again, I just locked my bedroom door and went to sleep. The next morning I felt awful, nausea, body ache, and I had no desire to leave the house, so I decided to stay in and Netflix for a day. This vacation stay was like a full 2 weeks, so I didn't feel the need or any hurry to get all my touristy things in anyway. But as the day went on, I started to feel that sense of wrongness again, and it morphed into feeling incredibly watched. Around mid-afternoon, it got to the point that I was so uneasy that even feeling awful, I decided to get out of the house for a bit to shake it off. I was getting a bit low on food, so I went to the grocery store and bought a few food items that I didn't think would hurt my stomach. As I started to leave the checkout, the cashier said the generic, "Have a great evening," and I instantly started crying, shocking myself and the poor cashier, because I had this intrusive thought that said, "You might be the last person to ever say that to me." When I got into my car, I was still crying. My entire body was telling me not to drive back to the house. I could not, though, because I didn't want to neglect the cats, so I drove back, parked in the driveway, and convinced myself about half an hour to just go open the front door. Once I did that, I thought I would get it over with and would be able to go in and at least feed the cats, and then maybe I'd go get a hotel room after. But my body physically wouldn't let me inside. It was like I was stuck in the entryway. Then I made a deal with myself. I would yell into the house saying I'd already called the police and they were on their way. In panic logic, I figured that would make anyone in the house leave, so I faced the inside of the house looking down the hallway towards the bedroom, and I did just that. The second I had finished saying, "They're almost here, so if you want to avoid being arrested, you need to leave now," the light in my host's room turned on and I heard some banging. I immediately hightailed it back to the car, called the police for real, and proceeded to have a mental breakdown while talking to the dispatcher. Once they got there, they checked the house but didn't find anyone. But the double doors in my host's bedroom were left wide open. I'm so glad the cats didn't get out, and there was a pile of food wrappers in the corner behind the pillar, so they said it looked like someone had been there. What makes it scary is that nothing was taken, and based on the shape of the house, it would have been the perfect vantage point to see me in the living room as I stayed home sick. The house was in an L shape, and from the windows into the garden that were my host's bedroom, you could see me in the living room from the windows. The minute the police were gone, they said they couldn't prove anyone was there. There were no signs of forced entry, and they couldn't get a hold of my hosts immediately to verify if anything had been taken, which, once they were back, they verified nothing had. So they said they'd patrol a bit but nothing else. The shy cat was right back in my host's bedroom, and I didn't see her again until I left to go back home. I think the intruder had been there at least 2 days, forcing her to choose between two strangers and lead her to choose the one that was the least strange. Me. It messed me up pretty bad, especially because they didn't catch the person and didn't seem to have a desire to search for them. I still had to stay in the house for the next 3 days, but nothing else odd happened, and I didn't feel anything off for the rest of my time there. But the damage was done. I never felt completely safe in a home without doing a complete search before bed since. But I am extremely glad my gut spoke up. I guess I'd rather have some residual anxiety than be dead. I was 18 years old when this happened. It was summer, and my mum and I decided to grab some pizza for lunch. We had 2 dogs, Gracie, a 50-pound sweetheart, and Eddie, a 100-pound powerhouse. Before leaving, my mum reminded me to let them outside so that they wouldn't have any accidents while they were gone. They had plenty of shade outside, fresh water, and we'd only be gone for an hour, so it was nothing unusual. An hour goes by and we pull back into the driveway. I went to the back door to let the dogs in.
I called them, but there was nothing. That wasn't weird. They weren't the best at listening. So I called out again. Still nothing. Then I tried the "Mum's mad" voice. That one never failed to get them running. But I was met with more silence. A knot tightened in my stomach. I stepped outside and checked under the house. Our home was elevated about a foot off the ground, and despite our efforts to block off the crawl space, the dogs were obsessed with squeezing in there. But when I got to the grate, our blockade was still intact. Now my mum joined the search. We combed the entire backyard. Our yard was enclosed by a 6-foot privacy fence, which was too high for them to jump. There were no holes dug under the fence, and the gate was padlocked, and the 2 side doors leading outside were locked from the inside. They simply couldn't have gotten out. We moved inside. My mum had already searched the house, but I checked again. Every room, every corner, every closet. I looked under beds, behind furniture, in the bathtub, everywhere. Every conceivable nook and cranny was explored. But we came up shy. And these weren't small dogs that could have been easily hidden. This was an 100-pound dog and a 50-pound dog that were now completely gone. Panic set in. The only other explanations left were impossible. Did someone steal them? That wasn't unheard of in our area. Dog fighting rings were common, and Eddie looked like a breed they'd often target. With our stomachs in knots, we jumped into the car and drove around the neighborhood, searching as far as we thought they could have gotten. Nothing. We returned home defeated. The house was locked up tight, just as we had left it. I headed to the backyard, ready to crawl under the house one last time, and my mum went to her room to post about our missing dogs and start making flyers. And then she yells at me to get in. My mum's voice rang through the house with pure panic, and I ran inside and froze. There they were. Eddie was wagging his tail up and down and trotted to me. Gracie followed, stretching like she had just awoken from a nap. I turned to my mother, who looked ghost white. They were there. Just there, she whispered, pointing to their beds. The same beds we had checked over and over again. The room was exactly how it had been left the whole time. Doors locked, windows closed, no way in or out. We have racked our brains for an explanation, but nothing makes sense. Did they glitch out of reality? Jump timelines? Or were they taken and then put back? Which then begs the question of how? They were so calm. None of this makes sense. A little backstory. My father lived with us for a while, 6 months before he passed. He was a drug addict, and over time his addiction turned him violent. We had no choice but to force him out. And that was the last we saw of him. He didn't go peacefully. Since his passing, we've lost 3 more family members. Grief has settled into the walls of our home, thick and suffocating. The air feels heavy, the energy is wrong, and in the past few months, strange things have started happening. My father installed our ceiling fan years ago. It always had a habit of turning on randomly, but after he passed, it became a daily occurrence. Always full blast, sometimes in sync with the TV. At first I thought it was just faulty wiring, but then I noticed something odd. My dad had taped a small screw to the back of the remote to keep the battery cover on it. I'd placed the remote on the table, turned my back, and suddenly click, the TV and fan would switch on. Sometimes I'd have to turn the TV off multiple times before it stayed off. Then one day, my mum cancelled our cable and returned the remote to the provider, and the TV never turned on by itself again. But the ceiling fan still does. We keep my father's ashes on top of our china cabinet, surrounded by a few framed photos of him. The photos refused to stay up. One by one they'd fall,
sometimes landing face down, sometimes skidding across the floor. The final straw was a framed picture of my parents. It plummeted to the ground, the glass shattering on impact, and the photo inside was ruined. My mum took that as a sign and removed the rest. The last picture that shattered, it was the one my father had found in storage, right before we forced him out the house. When my partner and I are home alone, we often hear things. For example, cabinet doors slamming, the front and back doors opening and shutting, the unmistakable scrape of chairs moving in the kitchen, drawers being rummaged through and then slammed shut. Of course, each time we investigate, we find nothing. The animals are either asleep in another room or within our sight. And then there are the voices. They come when I'm in the shower, home alone. Faint murmurs just outside the bathroom. Sometimes I convince myself it's just the house settling, until I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Flickers of shadows, something lurking just out of sight. And then the other day, I saw it clearly, a brown humanoid-shaped figure standing in my kitchen. Yesterday was my aunt's funeral. She was young. Her passing was sudden, and we were all taking it quite hard. That night, my partner and I sat out on the back porch for hours, just talking. The yard was fenced in, and our dog lay calmly beside us. Then, in the middle of my sentence, footsteps. Loud, purposeful, and approaching fast. And then came the growl. It wasn't an animal growl, but it wasn't human either. It was something in between deep, guttural, and wrong. The second we heard it, every instinct screamed at us to run. We bolted inside, slamming the door shut. My heart was pounding. The hair on my neck stood on end. 10 minutes later, I worked up the nerve to check the yard. There was nothing. No broken fence. No sign of movement. If it had been an intruder, our dog, who had been beside us the entire time, would have reacted. She would have run at them. She would have barked. She would have done something. But she hadn't moved. Later, we talked to my mum about what happened. She just nodded and was like, "Yeah, I've heard it too." We have no explanation. We're not sure we want one. I'm agnostic. I don't really believe in the paranormal or anything spiritual, but at the same time, I know I don't know everything. That said, I've never experienced anything I couldn't explain, until tonight. I'm currently working a night shift at a care home. It's just past midnight, and I'm the only staff member on duty until morning. The care home has 2 buildings, the main one and the smaller one where I'm stationed tonight. The smaller building houses only a few residents, and it's old, like really old. Before it was a care home, it was an orphanage in the late 1800s/early 1900s, housing sick and deformed children. There are still pictures of them hanging on the walls, and from what I've been told, many of them never left. So, a while ago, I was leaving a resident's bedroom when I saw her. At the other end of the hall, a woman in a white nightdress. For a split second, I thought it was just one of the residents up late, maybe struggling to sleep. But then I realized something strange. I could only see half of her body, vertically, like she was phasing through the wall as she walked, and then was gone. The whole thing lasted only a few seconds, but I froze, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. A trick of the light, perhaps? Tired eyes? I needed to calm down, so I stepped outside for a cigarette, my hands shaking, heart pounding. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a weird shadow. Then an hour later, I had to take out the garbage, and as soon as I walked back inside, I heard it. A voice. Clear, loud, and authoritative. "Hello?" It sounded like a man with a deep voice, but it came from my right-hand side. The problem is there are only 3 residents here tonight, 2 women and 1 man, and that voice wasn't his. Still I called back, "Hello?" But I got no answer. A chill ran down my spine. My gut screamed at me to leave, but I needed to check the rooms. One by one, I did. All 3 residents were sound asleep. I even went upstairs to check on the only man in the building who stayed up late. He looked at me confused and said he hadn't called out. At this point, I was starting to feel genuinely afraid. I checked every room. I walked through the halls, glanced over my shoulders, heart pounding. Nothing. No one. Now I don't know what's worse. That there was someone or something there that I just couldn't see. Or if I'm losing my mind and hallucinating things that are not there. Both are bad options. I don't know what to think. I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm not sleep deprived, I do not hallucinate. But right now, I feel like I might cry. I don't know what to do. I'm a 29-year-old male. At the time this story took place, I was 21. I had just moved to a new state and was enjoying the downtown nightlife. The city was alive, bright lights, drunken laughter spilling from bars, and the distant honk of car horns, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. I was walking back to my apartment with my friend Gary, a bit buzzed but still aware of our surroundings. Our city is a massive metropolitan area, riddled with alleyways and dimly lit side streets that spiderweb through the urban jungle. It was late, past 2 a.m., when the streets got quieter and the air grew thick with an eerie stillness. We were alone, passing by a towering parking garage, its skeletal structure looming over us, when we both heard it, a sharp, sickening thud, followed by the unmistakable splash of liquid hitting pavement. It was that specific sound that sent a chill down my spine. Gary and I exchanged looks, but we shrugged it off. Perhaps water had dripped from the rooftop of the 50-story building. Maybe it was a garbage bag tossed from above. We kept walking. Then, as we neared a narrow alley to our left, something made both of us turn our heads. There, sprawled on the ground like a grotesque marionette with its strings cut, was a man. For a split second, our brains refused to process it. The way his limbs jutted out at unnatural angles. The way his body lay in a widening pool of dark liquid. It was surreal. Then horror sank in. He had jumped, or he had been pushed. Gary and I hesitated, our breaths coming in short gasps. But then impossibly, the man moved. A wet gurgling sound escaped his lips as he struggled to push himself up. His shattered bones jutted through his skin, gleaming white in the dim light. One of his legs bent the wrong way beneath him, and half his face, dear God, was gone, caved inwards, as if his skull had exploded on impact. And yet, he was still trying to stand. I felt bile rise in my throat. Gary was already reaching for his phone to call 911 when a deep, commanding voice cut through the alley like a knife. "Hey!" Our heads snapped up. At the far end of an alley, a man stood, tall, imposing, and all dressed in black. Our eyes met, and then he charged. No warning, just full speed sprinting towards us. We didn't need to speak. We legged it. Adrenaline hit me like a bullet, sobering me up instantly. Our footsteps pounded against the pavement, our ragged breath filling the empty streets as we tore through the city, not daring to look back. Gary fumbled with his phone, trying to dial the police, while I focused on putting as much distance between us and that alley as possible. 2 blocks later, lungs burning, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The man wasn't following us anymore, but he stood at the entrance of the alley watching. And then 2 more figures stepped out of the shadows beside him, dressed identically. They flanked him like sentinels, but they didn't chase us. They didn't shout. They just stood there staring, before all three of them turned and disappeared back into the darkness. We didn't stop running until we reached Gary's apartment. We locked the door, bolted the windows, and sat there in silence trying to make sense of what had just happened. The next day we searched the news for anything: a police report, a body found in an alley, a man who had fallen or jumped from a parking garage. But there was nothing. Not a single mention, no reports, no eyewitness accounts, as if it had never happened at all. To this day, Gary and I still wonder, did those men push that guy? Or did he jump in a desperate attempt to escape them? And if they had caught up to us, what would they have done? Would we have simply disappeared too, for being witnesses to this crime? I still get chills thinking about it.
I'm a 40-something-year-old man from the South, raised Southern Baptist, and my faith has been my foundation for as long as I can remember. But what happened over the last few Sundays has really shaken me to my core. I work part-time overnight security on weekends. It's an easy enough job, usually uneventful. That is until about 4 weeks ago. It was around 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning, just 3 hours before my shift ended, when the phone rang. It was Todd, the guy who relieves me at 7 a.m. every weekend. "Hey bud, I'm gonna be a few hours late. Car trouble." "Yeah, alright, just get here as soon as you can." That threw off my whole day. Normally I drive home, shower, change, and make it to church on time. But with Todd running late, there was no way I'd make it. "It's fine, I'll just go to the night service," I told myself. By the time Todd finally arrived, I just wanted to go home and sleep. At about 4 miles from work, I noticed something. A sign on the side of the road. Christ Community Church, 6 miles this way, and an arrow pointing left. I'd never noticed it before, but that wasn't surprising. I didn't take that road during the daytime, really. Why not? Church is church, right? I turned down the narrow country road, which twisted and curved through dense trees. Then I saw it. A white wooden church, pristine, and behind it stood a small, ancient graveyard with headstones, their engravings too worn to read from a distance. But something about it felt odd. I parked and went inside. The interior smelled faintly of old wood and something floral like dried roses. The moment I stepped inside, the congregation turned and looked at me in unison. What immediately caught my attention were their clothes. The men in dark suits, polished shoes, and stiff-collared shirts. The women wore long dresses, lace gloves, and hats adorned with flowers and ribbons and the like. Even the children were dressed in button-up shirts, knee-high socks, polished leather shoes. It looked odd. Especially for me, still in my work uniform. I shook off the discomfort and took a seat near the back. The sermon was beautiful, and the hymns sounded like they'd been sung to perfection, like they'd been rehearsed for years. Once the service ended, the congregation remained rooted in their seats, and the pastor, a lean, tall man with deep-set eyes and a warm but unsettling smile, walked directly up to me. "Welcome, brother. I'm Pastor Paul. We're so pleased to have you here." His voice was smooth. The others stayed seated, their eyes lingering on me. "We have a business meeting this morning," Pastor Paul continued, his smile never faltering. "But we would love to have you join us next Sunday." Something about the way he said it felt more like a command than an invitation. I shook his hand, nodded, and left. The second Sunday, I'm going to be honest, I don't know why I went back, but something about the place pulled me in. When I arrived, the church looked exactly the same. The parking lot was empty when I pulled up, but the pews were filled. And when I stepped in, every head turned in unison. But this time their expression was warmer, as if they recognized me now. Some came up to me, shaking my hand. "It's good to see you again. Are you thinking of joining us?" Their voices soft. The service was the same as last time, similar hymns, sung in perfect harmony, and at the end Pastor Paul greeted me once more, his smile never wavering. "I knew you'd return." Each week it was roughly the same, as church can sometimes be. And they became more welcoming. But there was something in my gut that told me I shouldn't keep going back, which was weird because I'd always gone to church. Then that morning, my pastor Gary called me. He went on to tell me that he'd missed me in church and asked if everything all right. I'd known this man for a long time, so it wasn't unusual for him to be concerned, to make sure nothing had happened to me. I explained the situation with work and how I was just exploring that church for a short time. He asked me the name of the church, and I told him it was Christ Community Church. Then I heard him go, and take a long pause. I asked him what the problem was. He said he wasn't sure, but as far as he knew, that church had disappeared. It had been swallowed by an earthquake over 100 years ago. I laughed over the phone and said that maybe they'd rebuilt it. I said I'd see him again next Sunday, and thanks for the concern, and it was pretty much the end of the conversation. But the next day I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, so I went back. After work I drove to the road where church had been. But when I reached the spot, there was nothing. Just a field with fences and trees that were never there before. Confused, I parked and stepped out the car looking around. It really should have been here. I had no explanation for where this church had gone. I thought maybe it only appeared on Sundays, but I didn't want to tempt fate, and decided never to return. But this incident has kept in the back of my mind for a long time. What the hell was I dealing with?
I should start by saying that I was raised between two cultures. My Mexican mother, deeply superstitious and a practitioner of Santeria, and my American father, agnostic, logical, and skeptical of anything supernatural. This left me in somewhat the middle, grounded in logic, yet open to the possibilities. Growing up, my mother would constantly warn me to never play with Ouija boards, that they invite demons and bad spirits into your life. My abuelita, a curandera, a healer who cleansed negative energy, reinforced these warnings. I heard about demons my entire life, but believing in them? That was another thing entirely. Then, when I was 16, something happened that I still can't quite explain. It was about 12 years ago now, and I was hanging out with my mates, Ben, Jeff, and Isaac. Isaac had got a brand new car straight off the lot, maybe 20 miles on it, and we were all hyped, checking it out, and somehow the conversation shifted to ghosts. That's when Jeff said, "I have a Ouija board, let's use it." So we did. Under the glow of a lone street lamp in the middle of a quiet suburban neighborhood in Oklahoma City, we set it up in the road. It was probably around 10 p.m. We placed our fingers on the planchette and waited. Nothing. We laughed it off as BS and decided to take Isaac's new car for a drive down some back roads on the outskirts of the city. Just four dumb teenagers looking for a thrill. I sat in the front passenger seat, staring ahead as Isaac drove. Ben and Jeff were talking about something stupid in the back, their voices a low murmur. Outside, the road stretched in front of us stark and empty. We were in a remote wooded area, the pavement smooth under the high beams, and then a loud pop. The car lurched, and a horrible grinding noise followed. Isaac immediately pulled over. He grabbed a small flashlight from his keychain and stepped out to inspect the damage. I followed, my stomach already uneasy. My passenger side tire, my side, was completely flat. But it wasn't just punctured. The rubber had been slashed. 3 long, jagged marks gouged deep into the side.
I ran my hand along the slashes. They weren't clean like a knife. They were rough and torn, as if something had clawed through it. Isaac and I stood there staring at the road. There had been nothing. No debris, no branches, nothing we could have run over. And it was an equinox. We sat high enough to see everything. He was pissed. His brand new car. Go figure. As he moved to open the trunk for the spare, it happened again. Another pop. I sprinted around the car and Isaac was clutching his leg, his face twisted in shock. He pulled down his pant leg and stomach dropped. 3 long, deep scratches ran down his ankle and calf. Blood beaded along the wound. The driver's side rear tire slashed in the same way as the front. Then bolted back into his car, slamming the door shut. Jeff followed frantically, locking the doors, and Isaac and I stood frozen for a moment, our breath visible in the cool night air. My mind raced, torn between 2 thoughts. It's just an animal, a feral cat or something. But no animal did this. Finally, we scrambled back into the car, locking the doors behind us. Inside, the silence was suffocating. No one spoke. The only sound was our own ragged breathing. Isaac called AAA, and we waited in tense silence until the tow truck arrived. When I got home, I told my mum everything. She didn't even hesitate. She took me straight to my abuelita's house. They cleansed me, whispered prayers over me, burnt herbs, and recited Roman Catholic blessings. But the nightmares still came. For years after that night, I suffered from sleep paralysis, which is something I'd never had before. I'd be unable to move, as if a heavy presence were looming over me. And sometimes, I'd hear scratches. I still don't know what we encountered that night, but I know we left that back road with something more than just a damaged car. In 2020, I moved 6 hours away from my hometown in southern Ontario to attend university up north. I had just been discharged from the army, and thanks to the chaos of the pandemic, my best friend from high school and I decided to stick together. We applied for the same major and planned to live together if we both got in. Well, we did. The only dorm that could accommodate our request, separate bedrooms within the same apartment, was in a notorious building directly across from a hospice. For those unfamiliar, a hospice is where people spend their final days, receiving comfort care before passing on. It was the only hospice in the area, and our only window view. That alone should have been eerie enough. But this building had a reputation that was impossible to ignore. It was the building that always caught fire in room 5. The dorm had been around since the university was first built, though it was frequently renovated and repaired. Why? It kept catching fire. Strangely, the fires always started in apartment 5 on any given floor. My best friend and I lived in apartment 505. For 2 years, including through the summer, we lived there. We never had a fire in our unit, but we dealt with countless firefighters, smoke damage, water leaks, and hallway evacuations as random floors above us went up in flames. We also had 2 other roommates, both of whom were vocal about when they were home. We had a group chat for communication, and for every single unexplained experience I'm about to describe, they were out of town. My best friend and I both worked night shifts as security at a level 1 trauma center where we frequently patrolled the morgue and witnessed people perish firsthand. One day, I was woken up by a loud rummaging noise in the kitchen. Since my room shares a thin wall with it, the sound was blaring, someone shuffling through our cabinets, rustling through the trash, and opening and closing drawers. I groaned, assuming my best friend was up, but when I got up to check, the kitchen was empty. The oven, the fridge, the drawers, everything was wide open. The garbage can had even been thrown across the room. I quietly awoke my best friend, and together we searched the apartment. We even grabbed whatever we could use as makeshift weapons, but there was nothing. It was only after we finished searching that we realized the power was out. All our breakers had been switched off. Stranger still, the only way in and out of our apartment was the front door,
which automatically locked when shut. Security reviewed the cameras. The only people who had entered our dorm that day were my best friend and me at 8 a.m. when we got home from work. No one had been inside, yet someone or something had torn apart our kitchen. Fast forward 3 months to summer. By this point, my best friend and I were 2 of the only 11 people left in the entire building. Most of the international students stuck due to quarantine restrictions, and we were the only ones on our floor. Most nights were uneventful, aside from the occasional heavy footsteps in the hallway, knocks on our door when no one was outside, and shadowy figures glimpsed through our peephole, but disappearing when we opened the door. It was creepy, but we had bigger problems, like working 12-hour shifts at a hospital, dealing with real emergencies. But one morning shook me to my core. My best friend and I were asleep after work. I never locked my bedroom door. My best friend loved to come in and hang out, so I never bothered. But for some reason that entire week I had been locking it, and thank God I did, because I woke up to a frantic pounding on my door. I was still half asleep, groggy from my shift, but I saw 2 dark shadows under the door. Feet. Thinking it was my best friend, I called out, "What do you need?" The knocking stopped, but the shadows didn't move. Annoyed, I sat up, threw on a sweater and checked the time. 10 a.m. The shadows were still there. I sighed, reached for the door handle, and then I heard a thud like something fell. Worried that my bestie had collapsed, I threw the door open, just in time to see our front door swing shut. I ran after it, and in the hallway rounding the corner was a tall, completely black figure. I chased it. Instinct kicked in, the security training. When I turned the corner, there was nothing. It was gone. I walked back inside shaken, and my best friend sat up groggily. "Why were you knocking on the walls like that?" I blinked. I wasn't. She'd heard the knocking from inside my room. We called building security again, only this time they reviewed the cameras. The only thing they saw was me running down an empty hallway. Nothing else. That was when we made another disturbing realization. We had anti-break-in security sticks wedged against our front door while we slept. Every time these incidents happened, we would wake up to find the sticks had been moved, either to the living room or against the wall. We tested it. My firefighter boyfriend and his equally strong friend couldn't force the door open when it was in place. There was no way someone could have just pushed their way in, and yet something had. After my boyfriend started staying over regularly, these incidents stopped. Even the fires stopped. We lived there for 2 years. The occasional bangs and weird noises never really went away, but the major disturbances, they ended. We moved out soon after, and I still don't know who or what was sharing that apartment with us. This happened shortly before weed was legalized in Germany. In Berlin, regulations were already quite loose. As long as you didn't explicitly bother anyone, you usually wouldn't get arrested for smoking in public. I've been smoking daily for years. I know it's not great, but that's besides the point. So I can function pretty well while stoned. However, I almost never smoke in public to avoid trouble, and mostly because I enjoy the comfort of my own home. One night at around 3 a.m., I was chilling online with friends, ready to call it a day. I wanted to relax with a joint and one of my favorite shows, but unfortunately I had no snacks left. Determined to end the night with a proper munchies session, I decided to hit up a nearby Spati, a small convenience store similar to a 7-Eleven. At that hour, only the sketchiest ones are still open, often operating illegally. I grabbed my coat and keys, but stopped short before leaving. Why not add a little joy to this walk? I rolled a small joint. It was 3 a.m. after all. Who would I be bothering? I lit it up as I stepped outside, braving the freezing cold breeze. Now, the area in which I live is pretty rough. Mostly foreign residents, many from Arabic countries. Poor integration has led to crime and violence being all too common.
Even so, I was in good spirits as I strolled towards the flickering neon sign of the Spathy. Just one more intersection to go. It was just me, walking alone, when I spotted a group of men standing at the corner. They looked Middle Eastern and a bit older than me. They watched. I walked by. It felt normal, nothing to worry about. I was already a little high, and I crossed the street without giving them much thought. Then I heard a voice call out, "Routine ID check. Show me your identification." My heart sank. Of course, this has to happen the one time I smoke in public. I turned to face the police. Only they weren't police. It was the group of the intersection, now slowly approaching me. "Routine ID check. Show me your ID. We're undercover," one of them said with a smug grin. I froze. The fact that they weren't cops became clear when, despite their demand, none of them reached for any identification of their own. "You know smoking that stuff's illegal, don't you?" the man continued. His pupils were enormous. It was obvious these guys had no authority whatsoever. They began circling me. "Show us what's in your pockets." So it's a robbery, I thought. As long as I don't resist, maybe I'll only lose my phone and the few bills I brought for snacks. But that's when a wave of dread hit me. My weekly tips, about 300 euros in cash, were also in my pocket. I had forgotten to deposit it earlier. Losing that money would crush my tight budget for the month. What now? As I slowly reached into my pocket, the leader pressed me. "What's taking so long?" I pulled out an old pack of garments and broken headphones, hoping to satisfy them. "Where's your wallet? I need your ID." Still fumbling and too stubborn and stupid to hand over my tips, I inadvertently revealed something that shocked me even more. The hint of a Glock tucked into his belt. Knives and metal rods are typical weapons here, but a firearm? That was insane, even by local standards. German gun laws are incredibly strict. My adrenaline spiked. Slowly I pulled out the €5 bill I'd planned to use for my snacks, trying to keep my expression neutral. "Where's your wallet?" he growled, his face darkening. My brain screamed at me to do something, anything, before this escalated further. Then a desperate thought flashed through my mind. This gang in particular was known to have beef with the Russians. The frequent clashes between the two groups. Maybe, just maybe, I could use this. In a heavy Russian accent I stammered, "My friends have my wallet. They come here soon, we meet." To my surprise, their poor English comprehension worked in my favor. They exchanged glances, muttering in German, and decided to wait. I forced myself to look confused, maintaining the bluff. It worked. Their effort to translate or figure me out must have seemed too much trouble. The leader finally pointed at my €5 bill. "All right then, you get us something to drink." Reluctantly, I followed them into the Spathy. They grabbed a 6-pack of Coke and I paid heart pounding. I was certain this wasn't over, that they'd either search me themselves or retaliate when my non-existent friends didn't show. But then, just like that, they left. No violence, no further questions, nothing. I stood there in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Looking back, I can't believe I bluffed in such a dangerous situation. It could have been my last day on Earth, all over 300 euros. I learnt my lesson. These days I avoid walking around late at night when the streets are empty. I'm a 28-year-old woman living in Finland, with my husband, 10 years my senior, in my parents' detached house, nestled in the Finnish countryside, surrounded by vast fields and dense forests. My little brother also lives with us. Lately, though, strange things have begun happening. objects disappearing and then mysteriously reappearing in the same spot, hours or even minutes later. At first, it started with the small, everyday things: hair ties, keys, the usual suspects. But one incident earlier in the summer really stands out. It was late at night, around 1 a.m., and since I'm a night owl, I was in bed watching YouTube, just passing time. I was comfortable, winding down, when suddenly I heard the TV in the living room turn on full blast. The sound was loud. I thought for sure it would wake up the whole house. I jumped out of bed in a panic, thinking maybe one of our cats had stepped on the remote, as this has happened more than once. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 1:30. Everyone else should have been asleep, but I could still hear the TV clearly. As I walked down the hallway, the sound got louder, and when I reached the living room, my mum was snoring away on the sofa, completely unaware. She's a heavy sleeper, and I couldn't help but wonder how she wasn't stirred by the noise. I flipped on the lights and looked around the room. The TV was blaring some ridiculous commercial at full volume, and there was no way I could turn it down without finding the remote. I began checking every surface, tables, chairs, under the sofa, between the cushions, everywhere, but it was simply nowhere to be found. I spent what felt like an eternity, at least 5 minutes, searching. All the while the TV blasted ads louder than I could bear. Our TV doesn't have any physical buttons for power or volume, and the power cord was hidden behind a heavy shelf, so I was stuck. Frustrated and slightly embarrassed by the noise, I finally decided to wake up my mum. I nudged her awake and asked her where she'd last seen the remote. Still half asleep, she groggily told me that my dad had left it on the backrest of the sofa. Now the sofa is L-shaped, with sturdy armrests and backrests that create little alcoves between the cushions, so it seemed strange that it would disappear. But we began searching anyway. We both started flipping through cushions, moving blankets and turning over pillows. My mum even pulled up the sofa's slip cover, thinking it had slipped under it. And that's when something strange happened. One of our cats, a fluffy white thing with a mischievous streak, jumped up on the backrest of the sofa. She walked a few steps forward, when out of nowhere the remote appeared right on the edge of the backrest, exactly where my mum had said it had been last. I saw it happen with my own eyes. The remote didn't just appear from under the cushions or fall from some hidden crevice. It was as if it materialized in front of me. In that moment, I was frozen. I didn't know what to think. Normally when things disappear and reappear, it's subtle. You glance away for a moment and it's gone, or you find it in an unlikely spot after retracing your steps. But this was different. I hadn't missed it. I had checked that exact spot before the cat jumped up. It was as if it hadn't been there and all of a sudden it just appeared. My mum, of course, brushed it off as nothing more than us not noticing it before. She's pretty logical, and in the half-sleep days she didn't think too much of it. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. If it had been just me, maybe I would have bought it. But we were both in the room, searching for the same thing. And it wasn't like I was imagining it. I was wide awake, and the noise from the TV was enough to keep me on edge. And I know it sounds crazy, and I've been trying to figure out a rational explanation. I don't do drugs, the house doesn't have a gas leak or carbon monoxide, we had the place checked and nothing unusual has come up. But every now and again something else goes missing. And when I'm about to give up, it often shows up again in the most unexpected of places. Something strange is happening, and I can't shake the feeling that there is more to it than just a simple mix-up or misplacing things. It feels off, like we're caught in some kind of loop or glitch. I'm starting to wonder if it's not the house that's odd, but reality itself.
When I was a kid, I lived in Stjokov, a small city in the Czech Republic with a rich but largely forgotten history. My entire family experienced strange occurrences, shadow figures, unexplained noises, and frequent sleep paralysis. Our house felt off, but when I moved to Prague, everything stopped. I never found much online about paranormal activity in Stjovek, Yet everyone who has lived there seems to know, almost like it's an unspoken truth. So my recent experience was a few months ago. I was dog-sitting with my boyfriend at his family house in Stokov. We grew up together but reconnected in college and were now dating. That night felt wrong. While showering, I had the distinct feeling of being watched. I brushed it off. Later, we started up playing video games, walked the dog, and finally went to bed around 2 a.m. But I couldn't sleep. There was an annoying ticking sound, and just as I was about to complain, my boyfriend spoke up first. You know what's funny? I don't have a clock. The only one here is in the kitchen, and it's digital. My stomach dropped. When I was a child, every single sleep paralysis episode was accompanied by the sound of ticking clocks. And at that very moment, the clock stopped ticking. I tried to stay calm, but my boyfriend's next words sent a chill down my spine. Just try and ignore it. They like to be left alone. You lived here too. You should already know. The way he said it, so casually, it shattered what I thought I knew about him. He had never entertained paranormal stories before. He was a skeptic, a rational thinker. And there was no way, at least in my mind, that he would be pranking anyone about this. Then the dog, Jonas, started barking, whining, clawing at the dog leading to the hallway. Should we check on him? I whispered. No, we don't want to go into that hallway at night. Weird things always happen there, especially near the bathroom. I tried to ignore the sound, the fear tightening in my chest, and eventually forced myself to sleep. The next morning, my boyfriend looked at me and hesitated before speaking. I don't want to scare you, but did you hear the clawing at the door? Yeah, Jonas, right? He shook his head. Jonas was barking from the other side of the hallway. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The name Stokov comes from two Czech words, sto, meaning 100, and chuva, babysitter. Legend says Saint Wenceslas was born here and had 100 babysitters watching over him. One of the most famous landmarks is Wenceslas Oak, who was planted by his grandmother, who was later removed from this earth by his mother on the day of his birth. It still stands beside a chapel, and according to legend, she watered it with his bath water. Strange occurrences are strongest around that chapel. There is a bizarre breathing rock near it. If you touch it, it makes you feel disoriented, like reality is shifting almost. Further down the road is an ancient cemetery, and beneath the city collapsed tunnels and abandoned mines, which remain largely unexplored. There was even a plane crash here, though much of Stokov's history was erased by the communists. Finding information is nearly impossible unless you ask the elderly locals who still remember. For a while, I worked the night shift as a carer in a nursing home. It's easily the creepiest place I've ever stepped foot in. It was owned by nuns who lived on site, housed in a massive, Gothic Catholic building, adorned with looming statues, an unnervingly long driveway, and an overwhelming sense of wrongness that made agency staff dread coming in. The facility's history was equally grim, but I won't get into that, partly to avoid giving too much away, but also because it doesn't really matter, the place just felt bad. I've had my fair share of eerie moments, fleeting shadows, a sensation of being watched, but as a skeptical believer, I always brush them off, until the following two incidents. Every night shift worker was given a deck phone, which we used for buzzer notifications and communication with our partners and the night nurse. One night I was in a resident's room, helping him urinate into a bottle since he was bedbound. As I went to leave, I reached for the door, and it wouldn't open. I yanked on it hard. Nothing. I checked the lock. Nothing. It was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. I took a breath. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the door was just jammed. I figured I'd take the other way out, through the shared ensuite bathroom that connected to an adjoining room. Except that door wouldn't open either. Now I was really panicking. My resident and I locked eyes, and in his gaze I saw something that made my chest tighten. Fear. Real, genuine, terrified fear. I yanked the main door harder. Nothing. At this point I was putting all my weight onto pulling it, even braced my foot against the wall, but still nothing. That's when it hit me. I had my deck phone. As soon as I pulled it from my pocket, the door suddenly released. So suddenly I stumbled backwards. I turned to the resident breathless. I'm just gonna keep this open. He didn't say a word, just stared at me wide-eyed and nodded slowly. This next experience, I know how it sounds, but if someone told me this story, I'd probably raise an eyebrow. But I swear on my life it's true. And without question, it's the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. On night shifts, carers do safety rounds between pad changes. We checked every room, making sure no one had fallen or a worst-case scenario passed on. That night I was covering an area with 60 to 70 rooms across 3 floors, working alongside just one other person while my partner handled paperwork. I set off on my check. Everything was fine until I reached the bottom floor. As I walked down one of the long, dimly lit wings, I heard muttering. I slowed my pace, listening. It was coming from a specific room. At first, I assumed it was the TV. Residents often fell asleep with theirs on. But when I stepped into the doorway, I saw the TV was off. Okay, I thought maybe he's talking in his sleep. Then I heard it again. And this time I also heard snoring. I stepped in further. I could see the resident, asleep, snoring loudly, and yet the muttering continued, growing louder. My stomach dropped. I glanced around the room trying to locate the source. That's when my eyes drifted to the back door, a screen door that led to a strange, unused corridor. We never used that hallway. I didn't even know why it existed. At first there was nothing there. But then, a voice right outside the screen door, a whisper but also a yell. "Don't look at me!" It was a raspy breath but loud, like a whisper pushed through clenched teeth. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. I wanted to run, but for a moment I couldn't move. I hadn't seen anything, but I felt it. I knew there was something there. Then my body finally kicked into gear. I bolted out of the bedroom so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even finish checking the rest of the wing. I ran straight for the elevator, up the next floor, and told my partner, "I'm not going back down there. You can finish my check." He laughed at first until he saw my face. I've never had anything like that happen again, but the sheer terror of it, I can't even explain. You don't realize what true fear feels like until something unseen warned you not to look at it. I didn't see anything, but it saw me. Now, I never saw or heard anything regarding this personally, but near the end of their lives, several residents would ask about the children in their rooms, always the ones nearing death. The thing is, this facility used to be an orphanage. Make that what you will. Christmas Eve dinner at Burger King. It wasn't my first choice, but I had to work late, and given the time of night and the holiday, it seemed to be the best option available. I finished my shift at 9, and remembered I had some coupons which sealed my decision. The streets were empty, and silence hanged over them as I approached the restaurant. The lights inside were still on, but the dining room was locked up tight. My only option was drive-through, but I didn't have a car. I walked up to the speaker and tried to place my order, but the disembodied voice at the other end said, "Sir, we can't take walk-up orders through the drive-through." I pleaded, explaining I had no other way to get food, but the voice remained unmoved. Frustration grew inside me, and I said something I regret. Nothing crazy, but enough to vent my anger. And that's when I heard a voice behind me. "You can ride me if you want." I turned to see an older woman sitting in her car, watching me with an unsettlingly patient expression. She wore an outdated, slightly tattered winter coat,
and her silver hair was pinned back neatly. Her smile was warm but unnervingly persistent. Her eyes gleamed under the phosphorescent streetlights. At first I declined, something about it felt off, but she insisted, her voice syrupy and reassuring. "Oh, come now, dear. It's Christmas Eve. No sense in going hungry over a silly technicality." Maybe it was the hunger, maybe it was the exhaustion, but against my better judgment I got into her car. I ordered my food and we waited, and waited. The minutes dragged on until I missed my bus, and I cursed under my breath, growing more annoyed by the second. The woman, watching me closely, offered me a ride home. I hesitated. The unease that had settled into my gut refused to leave. "No, that's okay, I'll just walk," I said, though the air outside was cold. She tilted her head slightly, her smile never wavering. "Oh, don't be silly. It's Christmas Eve. You shouldn't have to walk alone." I considered my options. I was a grown man, a 250-pound, 30-something-year-old guy. What harm could a woman in her 50s possibly do? So, reluctantly, I accepted. The first few minutes of the drive were fine. We made small talk, though something about her gaze in the rearview mirror sent a chill down my spine. 5 minutes from my house, she made a wrong turn. Actually, I live the other way," I said casually, glancing around the streets. She didn't respond right away. Instead, she kept driving, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "Hey, you missed the turn. You can just let me out here." Her voice now eerily calm. "Oh, sweetheart, I can't let you spend Christmas Eve alone. That wouldn't be right." The air in the car thickened. My pulse quickened. "I'm not alone. My dog's waiting for me." She glanced at me, her smile now stretching wider. "We have plenty of time. Why don't you come back to my place? I have some liqueur. Some other fun things too. You like cocaine, right?" My stomach lurched. I hadn't touched drugs in years. But if she'd have asked me this 2 years ago when I was still lost in my addiction, would I have been able to say no? Would I have ended up where she was taking me, too unprepared to fight back? "Not interested. Turn the car around now." Her face darkened, the warmth draining from her expression. She gripped the wheel tighter, her knuckles white. "Oh, honey, it's already too late." She pressed the foot down on the gas, speeding through a stop sign. I could feel the car pulling me deeper into a direction I didn't recognize. The night outside was a black void, the empty roads stretching endlessly. My mind was racing. I knew I could overpower her, but what if someone was waiting at her house? What if she had a weapon, and what if I wasn't the first person she had done this to? Then I saw it. A car at a four-way stop ahead, another approaching from the opposite direction. She was forced to slow just for a second. It was now or never. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed the door handle, threw it open, and jumped out while the car was still rolling. I hit the pavement hard, pain lancing through my body, but I scrambled to my feet and ran. Behind me I heard the screech of tires. Then her voice, no longer warm and sweet, but desperate and commanding. "Wait, come back, it's okay. Just get into the car." I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I ran as fast as I could, my breath ragged and burning in my throat. The darkness swallowed me as I weaved through side streets, only stopping when I was sure I wasn't being followed. I made it home, locked my doors, and sat in silence, shaking. I never reported it. Would the cops even believe me? A grown man nearly abducted by an older woman. But the more I think about it, the more I wonder. How many others had she picked up before me? How many had been too trusting, too intoxicated, or too weak to fight back? And what would have happened to me if I hadn't have jumped out that car? I don't know who she was or what she wanted, but I know she wasn't taking me home, and that I wasn't the first.
"3 years ago, On a night when the air felt unusually thick, I drifted into a dream that seemed so real, so vivid, that I struggled to separate it from waking memory. I found myself entering the familiar classroom from my gender and sexuality class at college. It looked like any other day. Sunlight filtering through the blinds, the soft murmur of students settling into their seats, but something in the atmosphere felt off, and a sense of unease washed over me as I walked in. I took my seat next to my friend and waited for the class to begin. My eyes scanned the room idly, the hum of the fluorescent lights above mingling with the faint shuffling of papers. Then my teacher stood up in the front, her voice cutting through the silence. "All right, everyone, I have a surprise for you," she said. Her attempt at enthusiasm was forced, her words almost a tired routine. I could feel her awareness for how mundane this surprise was. She continued, "I thought I might shake things up and have you guys do some group work today." And the class collectively groaned. She began numbering us off, and we split into 5 groups. A strange sensation crept over me, like the room was closing in, and I felt a tightening in my chest. The desks scraped across the floor as we rearranged, and I ended up sitting beside a girl with long brown hair, her rainbow leggings almost glowing in the harsh light. To her left sat a heavy-set guy, his beard thick and unruly, his plaid Scottish cap perched on his head, and I found myself zoning in and out of the conversation. The guy in the cap mentioned Flogging Molly, a band I had never really thought about, but in that moment the words seemed to reverberate around me. The girl beside him smiled, nodding eagerly. "Yeah, they're great." As if I should have known this. Something about all of this felt weird. Suddenly the conversation seemed to drag on endlessly, each word sinking deeper into that pit of my stomach. I felt trapped in this loop, the same pattern repeating over and over. I tried to focus, but the room was shifting around me. And then I woke up. My morning. I opened my eyes to the harsh light. It was 9:10, the same hour I had dreamt that I would awake. I tried to grasp the remnants of the dream. It was so real. I could still feel the weight of it on my chest, and the lingering sensation of something being wrong. I had to leave for my gender and sexuality class in an hour, so I rolled out of bed and did the usual morning things. Shower, dress, eat, brush my teeth. But I couldn't escape the feeling that something wasn't right. The dream felt too much like a premonition. I caught the bus on time and arrived at class as the doors opened. I sat beside my friends as usual, scanning the room. And then my heart skipped 2 beats. There she was, the girl in my dream, wearing the same rainbow leggings. I tried to brush it off as coincidence. Maybe she'd worn them before and I'm just noticing it again. And the guy in the Scottish plaid cap as well, sitting next to her. He looked almost identical from the guy in the dream. Deja vu gripped me hard. It was the same class, the same work, the same everything. My teacher stood up at the front, giving the exact same speech that she had in my dream. She numbered us off and I found myself in the same group as the girl with the rainbow leggings and the guy in the cap. The conversation started slow and unremarkable, but then, like in my dream, the topic turned to music and someone casually mentioned everyone's favorite band. And suddenly, Flogging Molly came up again. The girl beside him nodded, and the same discourse happened. I sat there, throat dry, the weight of the moment crushing me. What exactly is happening here? The conversation drifted away, but my mind raced. I said something to interrupt the flow. I don't remember what. People looked up at me for a moment and carried on their conversation. The feeling of panic stayed with me, and then I reached the point that wasn't in my dream. Things that happened after, if it would have continued. Class ended, and I left the room quickly, trying to escape the weight of it all. And after a while, the strange feeling subsided, and life went on as normal.
but it left me with a deep-seated fear. What was that all about? Did I manage to dream my mundane class and what it would be like? Or was there maybe some kind of glitch in our reality, and I had my morning class played for me early in my head? I'm not sure. It's left me with many questions and no answers, and if anyone can help, I'd be grateful.
Three years ago, my fiancé and I went for a holiday in Montenegro. We were walking down a little street that was also a marketplace, where they were selling things on tables. At almost every table, someone tried to lure us into buying from them, but we weren't interested in buying anything. Then suddenly we saw one really weird-looking lady selling fruits that looked out of this world. They were huge, perfectly ripe and spotless. My partner and I agreed to check it out. My guess would be that the lady was a gypsy, wearing a black coat with red roses. Her atmosphere was weird. We brought 2 to 3 kilos of grapes and apples. And as we were leaving, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I took a single peach from her table without her seeing. Basically, I stole it because I was so curious as to how it tasted. Even today, I don't have an explanation why I did it. I'd never stolen in my life, and another option would have just been kindly asking if I could try it, or even buy one for God's sake. But the point is, I took it, and after we left the market on our way to the hotel, I took a bite from the peach. It exploded in my mouth with awful, rotten, creamy flavor. I started coughing, gagged, and nearly puked. I looked at the peach and it was brown and black on the inside. Its core was missing and it had maggots. It was very strange because I could have sworn I didn't see any holes on it. Like I said, it looked spotless before. After we got home, as we were getting ready to go out to the city, I began feeling nauseous, and in a short period I started vomiting and having diarrhea with a fever. It was weird because I didn't swallow any of the fruit. Funnily enough, when my fiancé opened the other fruits we actually bought, all of them were picture perfect on the inside and delicious. It took me 3 days to recover. Now we could speculate that maybe I just contracted some disease from elsewhere. It was just a really big coincidence. The face of the lady burnt in my memory and her atmosphere. She was scary but also kind. Maybe she was a witch. Why did I feel the urge to steal from her? It reminds me of a folklore where some kids wander in the forest and stumble upon a house made of delicious candy and are warned not to eat from it but just can't resist. Could, maybe, this have been a witch as well? And she cursed me for eating the fruit I didn't pay for. I used to work as a road train driver in the Gascoyne region of outback Western Australia. It's a desolate stretch of land, a place where time seems to stand still. The isolation's so thick your thoughts are almost the loudest things there. It's no wonder you start seeing things, and believe me, I saw things. It made me question whether my mind was playing tricks on me, or there was something otherworldly out there watching. Night shifts were the worst. Out in the darkness, the truck's headlights would slice through the blackness, revealing fleeting glimpses of shadows that shouldn't be there. It was often fatigue making me see things, or that's what I told myself at least. You'd start seeing things that didn't belong. Black dog phenomena that locals warned me about, shadowy figures darting in and out of the peripherals, goats that seemed to shift into something far darker. The most bizarre moment was one night when I could have sworn I nearly ran over a corgi. In the middle of the outback, a corgi? The chances of one being out there are astronomical. But there it was standing in the road, staring at me with these wide, unnatural eyes. But it was one night in particular, though, that keeps me up at night, all these years later. It had been a long, grueling day. I was exhausted. I parked the truck off the side of the road, shut off the engine, and decided to let it run cold for a bit and tried to sleep. My eyes felt heavy, and the cab felt suffocating. After about 10 minutes, I finally laid back to rest. But then there was noise. It wasn't voices. It was more like a strange hum, a low vibration that seemed to reverberate throughout the entire truck. At first I thought maybe it was the wind or something scraping against the metal. But the shaking wasn't natural. It was rhythmic, as if something was deliberately trying to rattle the truck. I tried to ignore it, tried to chalk it up to fatigue. But then I looked in the mirror and my blood ran cold. The shadows. The shadows around the truck were moving. But not just one or two. These shadows shifted, moved in ways that didn't make sense. It was like they were circling the truck, getting closer. And then something, or maybe someone, slammed into the side of the cab, causing it to rock violently. I could feel the metal groaning under the weight of whatever was pressing against it, and my breath hitched in my chest. I knew I had to get out of there. I turned on the truck, hitting every light I had. The headlights, the floodlights, the backup lights, anything to push back the suffocating darkness. I rushed to start the engine, and the truck roared to life, but the shaking didn't stop. The lights flickered for a moment, and it felt like the whole damn truck was being lifted off the ground. I threw it into gear and sped off, my hands gripping the wheel so hard I thought I might snap the damn thing in half. But the shadows didn't disappear. As I drove, I swore I saw them following me still, shifting along the edge of my vision. I rationalized it in the only way I could. Must have been the wind. Maybe some goats had wandered too close to the truck. Maybe the fatigue was playing tricks on my mind. But deep down I knew what I'd felt. That was no wind. Those were no goats. Something was out there, and it had been trying to get to me. After that night, I never slept on the night shift again. The terror of those shadows, the feeling of something pressing in on me was too much. But what still haunts me the most, the mystery of it all, is what exactly caused the shaking of the truck. What was it that pushed against the metal so much that I could feel it deep in my bones? And why, after all this time, do I still feel like I'm being watched every time I think about that night? The outback is full of things we don't understand, but sometimes I wonder if it's better not to know. Some mysteries, some horrors, are better left alone in the dark. I only remember bits and pieces, but my mum and husband filled me in. This happened in 2018. My parents, my husband, and I were driving to Indianapolis to see some family. I had just found out about my husband's 4-month emotional affair with his unstable ex, and I was really struggling and felt extremely alone. His ex even had tried to break us up, and I was afraid she would succeed because of how manipulative she is. I lied and told my husband I was having a cigarette. Well, actually, I went to the bar, ordered 2 double vodkas with a splash of orange juice. I was really connecting with the bartender when she said they were closing. She gave me another bar that was nearby. I was already feeling pretty relaxed, so when I got to TGI Fridays, I ordered 2 more double vodkas, and I was wasted. So I went outside to have a cigarette to wake me up. I was leaning against a light pole in the parking lot. Time passed, and suddenly I realized I was being walked and pushed into a car. Suddenly I heard my mum yelling to stop, that I was her daughter. This creepy man was challenging her on whether or not we were related. It was insane, and I don't remember much, but I do remember him trying to steal me. This guy would not give up and was basically holding me hostage. That's when my mum said she'd call the police. He drove away so fast with his passenger door still open. My mother and husband told me later that they tracked my phone and came to where I was. I had my phone in my purse, so I don't know if the guy got rid of it or whatever, but it's scary. They found my phone discarded. Then my mum called 911 because I was extremely drunk and not making sense. I woke up in the hospital. I was tied down because apparently I needed it for my own safety. When I actually woke up, I had a huge bruise on my arm from the guy trying to get me in his car, and an incredibly big bruise on my chest. I don't even know what happened.
but felt guilty and never really understood what happened. But it's definitely one of the more creepy things that's happened to me in my life. Moral of the story: if you're out alone at night, be very careful. And if you're going to be inebriated, be in a group. There is safety in numbers after all. I live in Wisconsin, where the summers are nice but the winters are brutal. When it snows, it really snows. And when it's cold, it's really cold. On this particular day, my brother had come to town. He works out of town and frequently travels from state to state, and he's not home very often. I picked my brother up from the airport. He was staying at my mum's house for the weekend, and then I had to drive him to another town the next day so that he could fly out of there and head to his next destination. After he arrived at my house, it started to snow. We weren't really worried about it since it snows all the time. Like I said, I've driven in plenty of snowstorms and whiteouts, so I'm used to driving in the snow, so it's never been something that I feared to do. I would honestly rather not drive in the rain than the snow. That's how used to it I am. The roads get very bad here. They get very slippery. We get black ice and all kinds of conditions to make it more difficult for people to drive in. So that Monday, my brother needed to get home, but it was snowing really bad. I didn't really want to have to drive an hour away on the roads that I had to drive on, particularly because they were straight roads where you didn't get to stop for miles, and it was later in the day. But I knew my brother needed to be back home, so I decided I would take him. At first, everything was fine. My brother drove for the first 20 minutes, but then things started getting bad. I could feel him tensing up behind the wheel. You could barely see past the windshield as the snow pelted us from every direction. I suggested we pull over and switch drivers. We stopped at a small, seemingly random side road. There were no other cars on the road, and everything was dead quiet except for the howling wind. My brother quickly jumped out to use the bathroom. He couldn't hold it any longer, and while he was gone, I glanced around. The snow was falling heavier now, and I noticed something odd. There was a sign on the side of the road that I hadn't seen before. It was a large wooden sign with a faded design that said, "Welcome to Woolwich. Here, time is always on your side." It struck me as an odd sign for a town. Who would want something like that on a sign? Felt like a strange phrase, and my gut told me something was off about it. What does that even mean? I shrugged it off and didn't think too much of it at the time. We were both distracted by the worsening snowstorm. After my brother finished, we hopped back in the car. I was driving now, and the snow had turned into something worse. It wasn't just falling anymore, it was swirling, almost like we were driving through a snow vortex. The wind picked up in a strange, unnatural way, pulling the snow into a spiraling tunnel around the car. It felt like we were entering another world. I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead, and everything around us was a blinding white. I was getting uneasy but didn't want to stop. Pulling over in conditions like this could be dangerous, especially with no other cars around, so I pressed on, determined to get him to his destination. So we finally reached his drop-off. It was already dark around 7 p.m, and he asked if I wanted to stay, but I wasn't leaving. "No, I've got to get home. The weather's too bad, I'll get going now," I said, still feeling off. So I left, hoping I could push through to get home safely. I got in my car and set my GPS. The time on my phone said it was 7 p.m. on the dot, and I started driving. The roads were still bad, but I'd driven those roads before, and I kept a steady pace, going at around 25 miles an hour, knowing I'd have to account for the slow travel due to the snow. Even though the snow was falling heavy and the roads were slippery, it was a familiar route, so I figured I'd be home in just about an hour. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The wind howled louder now, and the snow was coming down so hard it almost felt like I was driving through a dream. I kept checking the time on my phone, but it felt like time was moving differently. Every time I checked, it felt like only a minute had gone by. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I looked at the clock, and it said 10:30 p.m. But that didn't make sense. I had dropped my brother off at 7, just over an hour away, and had driven at a reasonable pace. How did it take me 3.5 to get home? I couldn't account for the lost time. I wasn't speeding or doing anything out of the ordinary. The roads were bad, sure, but not that bad. I kept thinking about the sign. Here, time is always on your side. And when I tried retracing my steps, I'd never seen the sign again. Or that town, or any mention of it. I checked my GPS, Google Maps. Nothing. I can't say for sure what happened, but I can tell you that something strange happened that night. Whether it be a time distortion, glitch in reality, or something else entirely, I don't know. But I do know one thing. Something was off, and I'm the only one who felt it.
When I was 17, I worked at a drive-in fast food joint about a mile from where I lived. It was one of those places that stayed open late for the night cravings, so I'd usually be done with my shift around midnight. The place closed at that time, and I'd start making my walk home at around 12:30 a.m. The street I had to walk along was pitch dark with no streetlights until I was about 2 or 3 minutes from my house, but I didn't mind it too much. My dad had bought me a stun gun and a knife, so I carried them with me for protection. Still, there was something deeply unsettling about the night, how quiet the streets were and how empty everything felt. But I told myself I would be fine, that I could handle anything that came my way. That night started off like any other. The moon was hidden behind clouds, leaving everything cloaked in darkness, and the air was thick, almost sticky. I remember hearing the distant hum of the highway, but the streets I walked were eerily silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my shoes against the pavement echoing in the emptiness. Then a car passed by. At first I didn't think much of it. I didn't even get a good look at it. Just a blur of headlights and the soft whoosh of the engine, barely audible in the still night. But the sound was off. The engine was unnaturally quiet. The car didn't sound like it was driving at normal speed. It was almost as if they were trying to be too quiet, like they didn't want me to hear them at all. I didn't think anything of it. I figured it was just someone out for a late drive. But then they circled back slowly. The car turned around and started driving behind me, headlights off, casting everything in an even deeper, more suffocating darkness. That's when the fear hit me. My stomach turned into a tight knot. No one ever drove that slowly on this road, especially not this late at night. I could feel my pulse rising in my throat, a sense of dread creeping over me, sinking deep into my bones. I wasn't alone anymore, and that realization sent a cold shiver down my spine. The car was now tailing me, going just slow enough to make sure I noticed. I could hear it getting closer and closer, the tires humming faintly on the asphalt. Then I heard a voice that wasn't just about someone else, but seemed to be talking about me, like I wasn't even a person but a target. I swear I heard the words, "Behind her," followed by something I couldn't quite make out, and the mention of "music on." My head whipped around, but I couldn't see anyone in the car, just the faint outline of the vehicle moving silently. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest, and my breath caught in my throat, turning sharp and shallow. I didn't know what to do. Fight or flight was kicking in, but the only option I could think of was to act. I pulled my stun gun out my pocket, fingers shaking, and pressed the button. The loud crackle of electricity ripped through the air, breaking the silence with a shrill, buzzing sound. I let it go off for about 3 seconds, just long enough for it to be heard, and long enough to let them know I wasn't going down without a fight. The air seemed to hum with tension, and for a moment there was nothing. The car didn't stop, but it did flash its high beams in my direction, blinding me for a second. Then without a word or a sound, it sped off past me, disappearing into the gloom. But I didn't move, not at first. I stayed frozen there in the middle of the road, my hands still gripping the stun gun, my heart pounding so loud in my ears that I could barely hear my own thoughts. For the next few nights, my dad insisted on picking me up from work. He said it was because the area where we lived was too close to the place where the yogurt shop murders took place in Texas, a brutal and horrific event that was still fresh in people's minds. After that, he stopped letting me walk home alone, and I didn't argue. We lived near the place, and after that night I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I wasn't just imagining things. Maybe there was something more to that car, to the whispering voices, to the way it had followed me. My dad wasn't taking any more chances, and honestly, neither was I. This happened about a year ago when I was 22. While I wouldn't call myself a head-turner, I have the kind of face that makes me look much younger than I really am. With makeup, I can barely pass for legal, and without it, I kind of look like a kid. And that attracts the wrong kind of attention. Men who hover at the edge of decency, their gazes lingering too long, their intentions suffocatingly filthy. It was around 9 p.m, and I got my usual bus, sliding into a seat near the back. At the next stop, as habit dictated, I glanced around, checking for elderly passengers or anyone who needed a seat more than me. That's when I noticed him. At first glance, he was utterly forgettable. Plain, average clothes. His clothes were casual but neat, his build hovering between lean and slim. A fresh buzz cut sat atop his head, and I wondered if it was to hide the slow creep of baldness. But what rooted me in place were his eyes. He was staring. Not in that passive, mindless way people do when they're lost in thought. No, this was different. His stare was unwavering, razor-sharp, dissecting me with an intensity that made my stomach knot. My breath hitched, but I forced myself to look away, pressing my forehead against the cold window, trying to rationalize it. Perhaps he was exhausted from a long day, and his gaze was vacant, unfocused. Maybe he was looking past me. Maybe not at all. But deep down I knew better. There was nothing vacant about his expression. It was controlled, purposeful, predatory. I flicked my eyes back just for a second to confirm what I already knew. He was still staring, and his eyes were locked on me. The bus rattled on, stop after stop, and though passengers trickled out, he remained. Worse, he moved closer, 2 rows ahead of me now. He turned sideways so he had a perfect view of both me and the exit doors. My pulse pounded in my ears. I considered getting off early, but that would be a mistake. If he followed, I would be alone and vulnerable. I forced my face into a blank, unreadable mask, pretending not to notice. But I was keenly aware of every breath, every twitch of his fingers, every slight movement of his body. Then my stop. My plan was simple. Wait until the very last second before getting off, hoping to throw him off. I stood, glanced outside, and hesitated. In the reflection of the glass, I saw his body tense. The moment the last passenger stepped on, I moved quickly and efficiently. My feet barely hit the pavement before I heard him behind me. There was no doubt he was following. Panic clawed at my chest, but I forced it down. My house was only 300 meters away, but I couldn't go straight there. I wouldn't let him know where I lived. My street was dark, empty and isolated. If he followed me there, I'd disappear into the shadows and no one would hear me scream. The crossroad ahead was my only chance. The traffic light followed a pattern. When the left side cars got a red, the right side ones had a green for another 15 seconds. A gap. A window. If he wasn't local, he wouldn't know about it. I kept walking, kept the 2-meter gap between us constant, pretending I didn't notice the human shadow stalking me. The moment the next car approached from the right, far enough to make it across, but close enough to cut off a follower, I bolted. My heart thundered as I sprinted across the road. From the corner of my eye, I saw him step forward, then hesitate. The car was too close. He backed up. But I wasn't safe yet. A bus was pulling into the stop at the base of my street, and I used the shifting crowd to vanish. Weaving between taller bodies, I ducked and maneuvered, never slowing and never looking back. My street loomed ahead, dark, silent, and too exposed. Instead of running straight home, I dropped down between 2 parked cars, barely daring to breathe. My pulse roared in my ears as I peered through the window of one of them, watching. He appeared at the corner. I saw his chest rise and fall, saw his head swivel as he scanned my street. He was looking for me, straining against the darkness, searching. I held my breath. If he turned his head just right, if he leaned down just slightly, he would see me. His presence was suffocating me, and I wanted to scream, but I stayed rooted in place, paralyzed by pure, undiluted terror. Then after what felt like an eternity, he turned away. He chose the wrong direction. He walked straight up the road instead of turning onto mine. I waited and waited, afraid to move, afraid he'd double back, afraid this nightmare wasn't over yet. But he didn't. When I finally gathered the courage, I ran home faster than I ever had in my life. I locked every door, every window, and my hands shook as I fumbled with the deadbolt. My dad was home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, lurking in the night. And I truly hope I never see him again.
I'd like to tell you a story of something weird that happened back in high school. It was summer, and we were celebrating my dad's birthday. To mark the occasion, we drove about 2 hours to a casino to watch a boxing match with my uncle. The match ended late, and we decided to drive back home that same night. Big mistake. We were getting close to home near this canyon where there's absolutely no phone reception, so we called my mum to let her know we'd be home soon. The canyon usually takes about half an hour to pass through, especially late at night with no traffic. It was around midnight, and we were all pretty tired, but we kept the conversation going to stay awake, talking and telling stories, mostly creepy ones trying to scare each other. As we continued driving through the winding roads, time seemed to blur. It was one of those moments where everything felt a little surreal, and the hours seemed to melt away. After what felt like an eternity, we passed this same butte in the canyon. The instant we passed it, I got a strong sense of déjà vu. I was sure we had already passed it before. My dad, uncle, and I had driven through this canyon 100 times, so we knew it like the back of our hand, but I was certain. We kept talking, trying to shake off the strange feeling, but then it happened. We passed the exact same butte again. I froze, suddenly aware that something was seriously off. I pointed it out, and my dad and uncle both noticed it too. But it wasn't just the oddity of the same butte, it was the time. I glanced at the clock and it said 1 a.m. We were still nowhere near home. We all exchanged looks. That should have been impossible. The canyon wasn't that long and we'd driven this route countless times. How could an hour have passed so quickly? We all fell silent after that, the mood shifting from casual to something darker. It was like the world had slowed down and we were watching the road pass by, feeling like something wasn't right. Time didn't seem to be following its usual rules. It was like we were trapped in some kind of loop, just repeating the same stretch of road over and over again. As we finally exited the canyon around 1:15, the feeling of dread didn't leave us. We called my mum again and she picked up almost immediately, sounding frantic. She'd been waiting for our call but hadn't heard anything for a long time. It was only then that we realized just how much time we'd lost. That extra 45 minutes, or however long it was, just seemed to vanish. We had no explanation for it. The roads hadn't been blocked, we hadn't been stopped anywhere. It was as if we had just slipped through a crack in time. To this day, we still can't figure out what happened. There's no rational explanation for the missing time, and it still creeps us out when we talk about it. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence, or maybe something else happened that night that we'll never truly understand.
I used to work in a theatre doing sound and lighting. There was something unnervingly eerie about that place. When I worked the night shift, I'd usually be alone. I'd lock up after everyone left, making sure the building was empty. But when you're alone in a giant guttural space like that, it's hard not to feel like you're being watched, especially when it's dead quiet and you're surrounded by creaks, groans, and the distant echoes of the building's shifting weight. The theatre was old, with layers of history soaked in the walls, and you could feel it in every step you took. The balcony was almost always closed off, unless there was a performance, and as part of my routine, I'd do a sweep to make sure no one had snuck up there. The balcony's old projection room was particularly unsettling, and the door was always locked. Always. But one night as I made my way up, flashlight in hand, I saw it. The door to the projection room was wide open, creaking slightly as if someone had just been through. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. "Hey, John, are you up here?" But there was only silence. I messaged my boss. "Have you been in the projection room recently?" I watched as the message was read, but there was no reply. I tried my coworker, and the response was the same. No one had been in there. A chill ran down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in there and was watching me. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to shut the door, lock it, and head back to the stairs. In my haste, I'd already turned off the balcony lights and the staircase lights, leaving everything pitch black as I descended. When I reached the first landing, my blood turned cold, and I could swear I saw a figure standing at the far end. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and a wave of dread washed over me. My heart hammered in my chest as I realized to reach the stairs leading to the ground floor, I had to walk towards that figure. Panic rose in my chest as I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the figure remained motionless. I took a deep breath and bolted. I ran down those stairs like my life depended on it, my footsteps echoing loudly in the silence of the theatre. I didn't dare look back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, something that was just out of sight. When I reached the bottom, I turned my light back to the top of the stairs, hoping to see someone come down, to laugh at my cowardice, but no one appeared. A few nights later, after a performance, I was locking up again, as was my routine. I approached the women's restroom, knocked on the door and shouted, "You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here, I'm locking up." But when I opened the door, I heard something that froze me in my tracks. A stifled cry, followed by a hushed voice saying, "Shh." My heart skipped a beat. "Ma'am, is everything all right?" I called out, stepping into the restroom. The stalls were all empty, and the lights flickered faintly. I checked each stall, but the sound of crying had stopped, leaving behind a cold silence. I left the lights on, shaking, telling myself I'd return to lock up at the end of my round. But when I came back, the lights were off, the room completely dark, as if I had never hit the switch. The final incident was the strangest of all. I was working late one night reprogramming the lighting with my boss, John. As I came to a section of his notes, I wasn't sure what he had meant. I turned to ask him, "Hey John, are these notes for the second or third row of lights?" He responded, "Third row." I nodded and went back to work. 5 minutes later, I saw John walk across the stage, holding a bag of burgers. "Hey, sorry it took me so long," he said. "I brought us food." I froze. "Wait, you just got back? Like, right now?" "Yeah, why?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Your notes. Are they for the second or third row?" I asked again. He frowned. "Third? Dude, you're messing with me. I just asked you that a few minutes ago." John looked at me completely baffled. "What the hell are you talking about? I just got back with the food and I have the receipt to prove it." He asked if I had seen a guy wearing a hard hat. I stared at him completely confused. No, why would I? I'm not expecting anyone like that at this hour. That's when he told me the story of a worker who'd fallen off the balcony during the building's construction and passed. Apparently sometimes that same worker would help out during performances, acting like he was part of the crew. If something particularly helpful happened, we'd all chalk it up to the hard hat guy. But looking back on it now, the eerie things I'd seen, heard and felt were nothing like coincidence. The theatre, with its long corridors, darkened corners and creaking floors, felt like a living thing, always watching, always waiting. I'm not sure what I encountered, but something not human was there, and I have no idea how much danger I was really in. A few years ago, I had a terrifying experience that still haunts me to this day. I was a 35-year-old man at the time and living in a busy city. I had just finished a late shift at work and it was around 10, and I was walking home through the quieter side streets of my neighborhood. I'm someone who's always been somewhat cautious, so I was alert, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity. As I walked down the street, I noticed a guy about 20 feet behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed like any other person walking the same route, but something about his movements caught my attention. He wasn't walking in a normal manner. He was clearly trying to keep his distance, but his pace matched mine, no matter how fast or slow I went. After a few blocks, I decided to take a detour. I turned onto a side street that was a little less populated, hoping he wouldn't follow. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there. It's hard to describe, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My instincts told me something wasn't right. I crossed the street, hoping that it would throw him off, but he crossed too without hesitation. I thought, okay, this is weird now. I had to make a decision. I wasn't that far from home, but something about this guy's persistence made me uncomfortable. I decided to stop at a nearby 24/7 convenience store in an attempt to lose him. The store was empty save for the cashier, who barely looked up from their phone. I quickly grabbed a drink and stood by the door, hoping to see if the guy would pass by, but he didn't. He stopped right outside the store. At this point, I could see his face clearly through the glass. He was staring directly at me. I panicked and ran back into the aisles, trying to calm down. I could hear his footsteps growing louder as he approached the door. I couldn't stay here any longer. I tried to pay, but I was so rattled I couldn't focus on anything. The cashier just stared at me, probably wondering why I looked so frantic. I threw the drink on the counter, paid quickly, and bolted out the door. I ran down another street, not wanting to look back, but knowing I had to. I didn't see him for a while, and my heart slowly started to calm down. But as I turned the corner to my street, I saw him again, standing at the far end of the block. It was like he'd been waiting there the whole time. I wasn't sure what to do next. I considered calling the police, but he hadn't really done anything illegal, just followed me for a while. I didn't want to overreact, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a coincidence. He was still standing there watching me, and now he was closer. I took a deep breath, checked both ways, and made a beeline for my apartment building, and didn't dare to look back until I was inside. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door and stayed there, staring out the window for what felt like hours. I didn't see him again after that night, but the whole experience left me unsettled for weeks. I never felt comfortable walking home alone late at night after that, even though I've lived in the city my entire life. I still wonder if I was just being paranoid, but there was something off about the way he followed me. It felt intentional, and left me with a gut feeling I couldn't shake. What do you think? Overreaction, or a narrow miss from something sinister? My first glitch in the Matrix experience occurred during my freshman year at the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2000. To this day, I can't explain it. This was something that still haunts me whenever I think about it. Before diving in, a bit of context. I attended UCSB from 2000 to 2004. I was a studious, introverted type. Someone who avoided spending money and probably used every last credit on my meal plan. As a bookish student, I spent countless hours at the Davidson Library, a place that became my second home. By the end of my first year, I had studied on nearly every floor, from the quiet spaces to the breathtaking Pacific View room on the 8th floor. The glitch happened in October of 2000, right after I had finished a couple of midterms. The stress of exams was getting to me, and I couldn't study in my dorm room. It felt like just a bedroom, not a place of productivity. And after taking 2 midterms over the course of 2 days, I met up with my roommate for lunch at Ortega.
After we parted ways, he was heading to his shift at the bookstore, and I was off to the Davidsons' library to prepare for the rest of my exams. I entered through the Davidson entrance, the main entrance at the time, and headed straight for the ocean elevators, a set of 3 elevators that serviced all 8 floors to the library tower. I pressed the button for the 8th floor and stepped into the middle elevator, which opened immediately. I pushed the button and waited for the elevator doors to close. It took only a few moments, and soon I was on my way up. When the doors opened, I stepped out onto the 8th floor. But something was very wrong. Instead of the familiar library floor, I was standing on an exposed concrete slab, with bags of masonry material and construction equipment scattered around. The area was clearly under construction. There were no walls, no windows, just raw concrete, an open space. I stepped back into the elevator and checked the floor number, still the number 8, with a downward arrow. Confused, I stepped out again, unsure of what I was seeing. I walked to the edge of the floor, looking westward towards the horizon, expecting the familiar view of the campus below. But instead I was greeted by an unsettling sight. The sun was setting, right then. This shouldn't have been happening. It was only around 1 p.m. when my roommate and I had left the dining commons. The sun wasn't supposed to set for hours. My mind raced as I looked down at the Usen near the campus lagoon. There was something missing. Stork Tower. The bell and clock tower visible from almost every part of the campus was nowhere to be found. I stared in disbelief, wondering how I could possibly be overlooking something so prominent. It was as though it had never existed. Turning to my right, I saw something even stranger. The snow-capped peaks of the Santa Ynez Mountains, but it was October, and no snow had fallen yet in Santa Barbara. Not to mention that snow never blanketed the local mountains this early in the season. As I tried to make sense of this, a small plane emerged just from below my field of vision, ascending from the local airport, and I watched it until it disappeared from sight. When I looked down at the rooftop of the original 2-story library, I felt the unsettling weight of disorientation. I looked south towards the Pacific Ocean, and in the distance I saw Santa Cruz Island, the westernmost of the Channel Islands rising out of the sea. But the floor of the library should have been far from this view. Confused, I tried shaking off the mounting sense of dread, but I looked down again, something even more shocking happening. The 4-story wing of the library, which had been built just south of the tower, was completely missing. In its place were rows of bicycle racks stretching all the way over to the edge of the library tower. Something was very wrong, and I had no idea how to process it. At this point, I realized that the elevator doors had been open the entire time, and I needed to get out of there. This didn't feel like a glitch in the library. It felt like I had been somehow transported to the past, the time when the library tower was still under construction and before Stork Tower even existed, and before the current layout of the library was even conceived. I quickly turned around and walked back towards the elevators, my heart pounding in my chest. I pressed the down button, desperate to go back to reality. When the doors closed and I descended, I felt the sensation of time slowly catching up with me, and by the time I reached the 1st floor, everything was back to normal. The library's familiar features had returned. Stork Tower was standing tall in the distance, and I stepped out of the elevator taking a deep breath. I walked past the payphones and dorms and phone areas, relieved to find myself back in the present, and quickly made my way to the exit. As I stepped outside, I noticed the time was exactly the same as when I entered the library, just a few minutes after noon. But there was a chill that lingered down my spine as I walked towards the Usen, unable to shake the memory of what I had experienced. Later that evening, I met my roommate at dinner and shared the story with him. He was skeptical at first, but eventually believed me. My recollection of the events was so vivid and sincere that he couldn't dismiss it. Since that day, I've been back to the 8th floor of the Davidson Library countless times, showing friends and family around the campus. But I've never had that strange experience again. Every time I rode the elevator up to that floor, I secretly hoped the doors would open to an unfinished library with missing landmarks. but each time it was just a memory of something that I couldn't quite explain.
About 3 years ago, I was a waitress during the height of COVID. I was 21 at the time and it was my first ever job. And I remember being so excited to start as soon as possible. After all my training was finished and I got my certifications, I was put on the closing shift. We closed at 10 p.m. every night, and at the time, it was typically just me and this cook dude. Rarely there would be another waitress with me, and I liked it that way. I always worked better alone, and I didn't really get along with most of the other waitresses anyway. So it was nice. I can remember it was near the end of my time there that this happened, and I'm really happy I had the circumstances I did at the time. I could never really trust my gut very much because I had mild anxiety and couldn't tell if what I felt half the time was valid or not. I mention this because when all of this went down, it felt real, and I had an absolute feeling. I had started my shift that evening at around 3 p.m. I said goodbye to the last waitress, and I was on my own with my cook. Everything was pretty slow and normal until I got a call about one of the specialty items on the limited time menu we had. The food couldn't be ordered as takeout, and the lady over the phone really didn't take well to it. After a little debating, she finally decided to sit in and eat instead. About 20 minutes later, I spotted an older-looking car pull up and 3 people come out. 2 men and a woman who looked to be in their mid-30s. I could tell it was the same lady I spoke to over the phone, judging by her attitude coming in. I further confirmed it by asking, since I had a pretty good idea of what she wanted to eat. What I thought was an act of mild embarrassment and pettiness was actually something much more sinister later on. Her attitude towards me changed when she saw me. She was much nicer and more cooperative. This didn't ring any bells at first, because it was something that most people who wanted to look good in front of others would do. I sat them at a booth and took their orders. I noticed they had a red binder and a black pen. Remember this. I then went to tend to my other customers, as there were a couple at other tables that I was waiting on. Once I brought their food out to them, they asked me if I knew any realtors. I found this to be normal, as this being the touristy vacation state it is, it wasn't uncommon for outsiders to be looking for getaway homes. I would say this was reasonable for me to assume it was nothing if they didn't already look like the unsavory type of people, if you get what I mean. Nonetheless, I gave them the phone number of a realtor I knew closely and well, since I often went to church with her. There wasn't any other noticeable interaction I had aside from the occasional small talk if I wasn't doing anything or refilling their drinks. It was around 4:30 p.m. now, and they were the last of my tables to leave the restaurant. If any of you are in the food industry, you'll know that as a server you don't really get breaks, just a lunch most of the time, and sometimes not even that if it's super busy all day. So my cook and I took this opportunity to take a well-deserved break. We walked out behind them and had a small chat with them. I should mention by now that the front of the restaurant had a disabled ramp coming up the doors. It was long because the building was on a raised foundation. Now, I didn't really notice it at the time, but one of the men took my cook to the other side of the ramp down near the end and was chatting with him over a cigarette. I was behind the railing at the top of the platform where the ramp plateaued. Luckily, the other man and the woman were on the other side of the railing about 5 feet below, but in front of me. We were having some small talk, and they started asking personal questions. If I lived in the area, if I smoked weed, how old I was, etc. I hadn't learnt yet that telling strangers such personal things wasn't a good idea. However, this for some reason was starting to raise some red flags. I gave them very vague answers to all their questions as best I could. Unfortunately, they still persisted in trying to have some sort of communication with me outside of work, whether or not I said no. I suppose when they finally realized that I wasn't going to give in, the woman finally got to her point. She had told me that she had a business offer for me. It was for a cleaning service. I don't like cleaning anyway, so regardless I would have said no. However, what she said next solidified my answer. She proceeded to tell me that she owned a maid service called the Pretty Kitty Maid Service. She said she needed pretty and young girls like me, that she had 10 girls now, and she wanted to expand. She mentioned how they get paid $30K. She didn't specify the time length, and how it would be a great opportunity for me to help her with her business. I instantly knew at that point it certainly wasn't a maid business and I was in danger. However, I didn't understand just how much. I politely declined her offer and told her I liked my job as it was, and that I was satisfied working for my boss. She tried to further convince me by telling me how easy it was and reiterating how much I'd make under her supervision. She mentioned how she had a van for her business and described it to me. I can't remember exactly what she told me, but I do remember how she told me to follow her to her car. She said she'd show me a picture of her van in her car, but her phone was in her hands. I knew for certain I wasn't going anywhere with her or near that car. I declined yet again and said that I was fine right where I was, and said she could show me on her phone instead, but she was hesitant. After which, she proceeds to end the conversation and left with the two men. I was a little shaken and walked back into the restaurant with my cook and told him what I had just experienced. He joked about how I'd have good money if I went with them, because I didn't take the situation as seriously as I should have, and I laughed with him. At the end of the night, when the cook's grandmother came to pick us up, I mentioned the weird interaction, and a panicked look overcame her, and she sat silent staring at me. I got confused and asked if everything was okay. That's when I learned the signs of human trafficking. She broke it to me that I was almost trafficked and incredibly lucky that I didn't get taken. My stomach dropped as I started to panic at the realization of just how much danger I was in. Nothing really happened after that, except for the red binder and the black pen I told you about. I went to work the next day, and a customer walked in. Now normally in my part of town, not many people like to sit and relax for a while. They're mostly there to eat and leave. It wasn't exactly a cafe. Well, I got my apron, and sit this gentleman. He was well dressed, not in a suit and tie, but just nicely dressed. He was alone. I sat him at a single booth and took his order of a single coffee. He had a red binder and a black pen with him. I didn't even notice until my cook from the night before reminded me of it. I was so shocked at the fact, it unsettled me even more that he proceeded to sit there for 3 hours, watching me as I tended to my tables. I kept asking if he needed anything else, and he asked me if people never just sit and relax with a coffee. I shrugged and said not here. Now this might come as a surprise to you, but servers, believe it or not, do listen in on some of your conversations. I'm lucky I did with this one. I specifically remember him speaking over the phone about finances and how he needed to find another house. He spoke about moving money and how he was going to pay his girls that night, and I ran to the back of the kitchen and told the cook. Thankfully, he came out with me to help deliver some plates in order to throw the guy off. It worked, I think. He ended up leaving not long after that, and I hadn't seen or heard from him since. I'll tell you though, I've been much more on my guard since then. About 7 years ago, when I was 20, I was balancing the challenges of college life while trying to earn some extra money. In my search for work, I accepted a job as a living caregiver for a 98-year-old woman called Lillian. She had Alzheimer's, and although I had no formal training in caregiving, I was determined to do my best. I spent hours researching the condition, learning techniques to ease her anxiety and confusion, and striving to make her days as comfortable and familiar as possible. Despite my best efforts, the job was emotionally demanding, and frustration occasionally crept in. One particular night remains etched in my memory. It was a sweltering summer night, probably around 2 a.m., when I was abruptly awoken by Lillian's frantic screams. My heart raced as I hurried to her bedroom, where I found her sitting helplessly in her laundry basket, tears streaming down her face. She had mistaken the basket for the toilet, and after sitting down, found herself unable to get up. The look of confusion and embarrassment in her eyes was heartbreaking. Gently, I helped her to her feet, reassured her that everything was okay, and guided her to the bathroom to get cleaned up. As she clung to me, I could feel her vulnerability, and it made me even more determined to be there for her. After settling Lillian back into bed, I started a load of laundry and decided to step outside for a quick cigarette to calm my nerves. I felt guilty for needing a break, but I also needed a moment to breathe. I sat in my car, turned on the air conditioning, and called my best friend to vent about the night. The dark, empty street was eerily quiet, and although it was the middle of summer, the oppressive heat seemed to carry a strange tension. As I spoke with my friend, I felt a sudden wave of unease wash over me. An instinctive alarm rang in my mind, telling me to look over my left shoulder. When I did, I saw a young man, probably in his late teens or early 20s, walking down the side towards my car. He wore a hooded sweatshirt with the hood pulled up, an unusual choice given the warmth of the night. My gut instinct told me something was wrong. My pulse quickened and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I knew I should lock my doors, but an irrational fear of appealing judgment held me back. I didn't want the man to think I was labeling him as a threat just because he was walking alone at night. My mind wrestled with my instincts, leaving me frozen in indecision. My friend was still talking, but her voice became distant and muffled as the sense of dread intensified. Suddenly, her voice broke through the mental fog. "Hey, why aren't you answering me? What's going on?" She was panicked, her tone urgent, and it jolted me back to reality as I turned my head to the right. That's when I saw the man lunging towards my passenger door. He was gripping the handle, yanking it so violently that my car rocked with each pull. His other hand was jammed into the pocket of his sweatshirt, and I couldn't shake the fear that he might be holding a weapon. Without thinking, I slammed my left hand onto the lock button as he tugged the handle again. The sharp click of the lock seemed deafening in the silence of the night. Our eyes met through the window. His gaze was cold, angry, and devoid of emotion. My body remained rigid with terror. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. I sat there gripping my phone, listening to my friend frantically call my name. The man's eyes stayed locked on mine for what felt like an eternity. And then as abruptly as it began, he let go, stood still for a fleeting moment, and turned away, sprinting into the shadow and vanishing into the night. My entire body collapsed into sobs as the adrenaline surged through me. My friend was crying too, desperately asking if I was okay. I called 911, hands trembling so violently that I nearly dropped the phone. The dispatcher asked if I could leave the area, but that wasn't an option. Lillian was inside sleeping peacefully, unaware of the danger that had just unfolded outside. The thought of leaving her alone was unimaginable. I took a deep breath, summoned every ounce of courage I had, and dashed back into the house. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window and entry point, making sure everything was secure. I tiptoed into Lillian's room and found her resting peacefully, her soft snores a reassuring sound in the oppressive silence. I sat in the living room, heart still racing, and waited for the police. Here, incidents like this aren't uncommon, and the police, understandably stretched thin, didn't arrive for nearly 4 hours. By then the man was long gone, leaving behind only my fear and unanswered questions. What had he wanted? Was he planning to hurt me, steal the car? And why did he suddenly flee? To this day I think about that night more often than I'd like to admit. The what-ifs still haunt me. What if I'd have left the car unlocked? What if he hadn't run away? What if I'd ignored my intuition entirely? What if he would have pulled out whatever he was hiding and started beating the car and then me with it? I don't know what made him stop and flee, but I'm endlessly grateful that he did. Trust your instincts, without hesitation and without guilt, and without worrying about someone else thinking badly of you for choosing your safety first. It could save your life. I don't know if it saved mine that night, but it very well could have.
A few years ago, I was making the long drive back from Georgia to Arkansas, a familiar trip I'd done countless times. It usually takes me through the northern part of Alabama, and there's one rest area I always stop at. It's quiet, isolated and a bit eerie, but it's a place I've come to rely on that breaks up the drive. I pull into the rest area around 1:30. The world outside my car bathed in the eerie stillness of the night. After a long drive, I was exhausted, so I decided to take a quick nap. I figured I'd rest for a bit, then stretch my legs and grab a Red Bull from the vending machine to wake myself up before getting back on the road. I got out of the car, did my business, grabbed my drink, and climbed back into the driver's seat. The entire place was dead quiet. No cars, no people, just the soft hum of the vending machines in the background. As I pulled out of the rest area and got back on the highway, I couldn't help but notice how empty the road was. It was a late hour, sure, but I've always seen at least a few trucks or cars, especially on a highway like this. This time, though, it felt different. The highway stretched out before me, empty and silent, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. It was almost unnerving. I shrugged it off, focusing on the road, the familiar hum of the engine the only sound accompanying me. It wasn't long before the eerie quiet seemed to settle into my bones, but I kept driving, trying to shake the feeling. The next thing I know, it was nearly 6 a.m., and the first lights of dawn were creeping over the horizon. I had been driving what seemed to be only a few minutes, but somehow hours had passed. My heart sank as I looked down at my fuel gauge, which was nearly empty. I had left the rest stop with a nearly 3/4 tank and now was nearly out. I checked my odometer. I had driven over 250 miles. But my GPS? It said I was only about 10 minutes away from the same rest area I had just left. And I felt a chill run through me. That wasn't possible. I knew that stretch of highway like the back of my hand. The math didn't add up. My mind was racing as I tried to wrap my head around it. There was no way I could have driven 250 miles and moved only 10, according to my GPS. The gas tank, the odometer, the GPS, none of it made any sense. The time, too. I had no recollection of the hours lost. It was like they'd just been erased. I glanced around, my eyes darting over the empty highway, the pale light of dawn now fully breaking across the landscape. Everything looked the same as when I had first left the rest stop. The highway was still deserted, no cars, no signs of life, and a sinking feeling crept up my spine. And for the first time on that trip, I felt a heavy, creeping unease settle over me. I pulled over to the side of the road, gripping the steering wheel as my mind tried to make sense of what had just happened. But nothing did. The world felt wrong, like I had crossed some boundary, and now I was stuck in some distorted version of reality. My heart raced, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had to keep driving, I had no choice. I couldn't explain the time loss, the empty highway, the strange shift in reality. But I knew one thing for sure. Something had happened. I pressed the gas pedal and continued down the road, but the unease never left. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one driving that highway. Whatever happened to me, I wasn't sure, but I knew I wasn't the same person who had pulled out of that rest stop a few hours ago. I used to work the night shift at a casino. It was a mid-sized place that never truly slept, but it had its quiet hours. I worked as a janitor on the floor. My job was straightforward: clean ashtrays, wipe down machines, and keep the bathroom spotless. At the time of this story, I was 20, and it was 4 a.m. I was making my last round in the men's restroom that I was assigned to shift. The casino was practically dead at this hour, just a few die-hard gamblers and the occasional drifter. While mopping near the sinks, an older guy, maybe 65, walked in. "The floor's a little wet, watch your step," I told him politely. He gave a slight nod. He headed to the urinal, and I kept working. A few minutes passed, and I noticed he was still standing there. He wasn't using the urinal, he was just lingering. Then out of the corner of my eye, I caught him turn his head to look at me. Finally, after what felt like too long, he stepped away and walked towards me. What he said next sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, just so you know, I couldn't take a leak, because you gave me the biggest growth." I froze, my brain trying to process what I'd just heard. Thanks.
I replied, forcing an awkward chuckle, trying to play it off because I was at work and had to be polite. He grinned, then walked out. As soon as he left, I let out a nervous laugh, not because it was funny, but because I was caught so off guard. Nothing like that had ever happened to me before. A few minutes later, I was just about finished cleaning when he walked back in and my stomach dropped. He stepped closer, flashing a crumpled $10 bill. I have to give you a little tip, is that okay? I hesitated but figured refusing would be weirder. Sure. As soon as I reached for the money, he grabbed my wrist and yanked me towards him. Before I could react, he had me in a tight bear hug, his arms locked around me. I struggled, trying to pull back, but he was strong. Then I felt his hand slide down to my backside, squeezing. "You're just so hot," he murmured. Panic shot through me. I wrenched myself free and bolted out the restroom. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my radio and called for security. Within 2 minutes, 2 security guards arrived. I hurriedly explained what had just happened, still shaken from the encounter. I expected them to take immediate action, or at very least escort the guy out or call the authorities. Instead, one of the guards let out a sigh and exchanged a glance with his co-worker before saying, "Look, there's not much we can do. He's a paying customer, and management doesn't like getting involved with the police. If he causes you any more trouble, just let us know and we'll deal with it." I stared at them, waiting for some kind of reassurance, but that was it. No report, no confrontation, just an unspoken rule that the casino's image mattered more than my safety. I felt sick. I never saw the guy again, but a month later, I quit that job. This happened many years ago when I worked on the 14th floor of an office building in San Francisco, where the cold night air seeped through the walls and the faint hum of distant traffic echoed like a ghostly whisper. I started work at 8 p.m., long after the building had emptied for the night. The front doors were locked, and the security guard who usually patrolled the lobby didn't start his rounds until 8:30. So I used my fob to get in, and stepped into the dimly lit first floor, which was nothing but a cavernous lobby and 6 silent elevators. Immediately I noticed someone standing there, motionless right in front of the elevators. His shoulders were hunched, and his head tilted slightly forward as though listening for something. The oversized jacket hung loosely on his thin frame, and his boots were scuffed and caked with dried mud. He didn't acknowledge me. He just stood there fixated on the closed doors of elevator 6, the farthest one from the entrance. The atmosphere was thick with unease. I was usually the only person in the building at that hour. Occasionally my co-worker, who would also work late, arrived around the same time, but typically I rode the elevator alone. I pressed the up button and waited. As I did, I heard the man whispering to himself, his voice a low, indecipherable murmur. He stole a quick glance at me, then turned back to the elevator. My pulse quickened. The building required a special code to access the floors after hours. Each floor had its own sequence. Mine was 141414. Only elevator 1 reached floors 11 through 14. The others stopped at 10. Elevator 6 opened with a metallic groan that echoed through the empty lobby, making the silence feel even more oppressive. The man stepped in without hesitation. I stayed behind, waiting for elevator 1, and feeling a fleeting sense of relief as the elevator doors closed behind him. But then I noticed something strange. The elevator didn't start moving. He hadn't entered the code. He didn't belong here. Panic surged through me. Elevator 1 finally arrived and I rushed in, frantically punching in my code. The doors then began to close when at the last second, a hand shot through the gap, forcing them open again, and the man slid inside. He didn't look at me at first, just pressed the button for the 5th floor, which didn't light up. The elevator continued ascending past the 5th floor without stopping. His breathing grew erratic. He rocked back and forth, whispering softly while his right hand fumbled inside his jacket.
The air was suffocating. I edged myself into the corner with my back pressed against the cold steel. The elevator reached the 14th floor. The doors opened with a chime that sounded unnaturally loud in the silence. I bolted. My office had the entire floor, but the entrance was secured by a glass door that required a key. I reached it and jammed the key into the lock, but it wouldn't turn. Through the glass, I saw a co-worker at his desk, his eyes wide with alarm as he dropped his glass, the glass shattering on the floor, and leapt to his feet in confusion and fear. His face pale as he registered my panic. Behind him, the man's footsteps broke into a sprint. I risked a glance back and saw him hurtling towards me, mouth twisted into a snarl, eyes wild and unhinged. He let out a guttural, animalistic growl as he closed the distance between us. The lock finally clicked. I yanked the door open, dove through, and slammed it shut just as the man collided with the glass. The impact shuddered through the floor. He stood there inches from us, panting and baring his teeth like a feral creature. His eyes never left mine as he licked the glass, leaving smeared streaks of saliva while he whispered something unintelligible. We called 911. The minutes dragged as we watched him pace and run, occasionally slamming his fists against the glass, his breath fogging the surface. Within 20 minutes the police were there. It took 3 officers, but they subdued him. When he was searched, they found in his jacket pocket a large hunting knife. I'm dubious as to what he wanted and what he was doing. Part of me doesn't want to find out. Who was he targeting on the 5th floor? Perhaps some questions are best left unanswered.
This happened back in 2006 when I was 16. I was working at a chain pretzel shop at my local mall. It was summer and the days dragged on, especially during the dead afternoons where barely anyone came by. Since it was slow, only one person was needed to run the small satellite store downstairs. The main store was upstairs, and I was responsible for managing the pretzel stand and the small ice cream kiosk attached to it. On this particular day, I was the unlucky one left to man the ghost town. Without any windows to let the natural light in, it felt like time stood still. The only way I kept track of time was by the occasional glance at the clock or the distant echoes of mall announcements. To make things worse, the upstairs store had cameras pointed at us at all times, so sneaking in a quick text or zoning out was practically impossible. I just stood there bored out of my mind, waiting for anyone to give me something to do. Then out of nowhere a family of 3 appeared. A mother, a daughter, and a young boy stood a short distance away from the counter, silently staring at me and the pretzels. I wouldn't have thought much of it except something was off. They looked like they had stepped straight out of the 1950s. The mother wore a modest dress with a clinched waist, her hair styled in that vintage polished way. The daughter had a similar old-fashioned dress, and the little boy was the strangest of all. He had neatly combed hair, suspenders, and shoes that looked like something a kid from a black and white movie would wear. I blinked, wondering if I was imagining things. My first thought is that they had just come up from the professional photo studio upstairs. They did theme portraits all the time, so maybe the family had just been taking some 1950s style pictures. That was the only logical explanation I could come up with. The boy, who couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, approached the counter and asked for a pretzel. I told him it was $2.66. He reached into his pocket and handed me a single dollar bill. I glanced at the bill, ready to ask his mum for the rest, but froze. The dollar wasn't an ordinary dollar, no. It was a silver certificate, series 1957. At first I thought I was mistaken, but I stared at it harder. It was real. But what really freaked me out was that the bill didn't look like it had been circulating for the past 49 years. It wasn't pristine, and it had the normal wear and tear of modern currency, like something that had just been used recently.
If I had gotten that bill as change earlier that day, I wouldn't have thought twice. Confused, I looked up at her and told the mother the pretzel was $2.66, and she was $1.66 short. Her reaction was unsettling. She stared at me like I had just told her the pretzel cost a fortune. Her expression wasn't just one of surprise, it was bewilderment, like she didn't understand how money worked in this era. The little boy remained silent, just standing there. He kept holding out the dollar like it was all he had. Something wasn't right. I handed the dollar back to the boy. I wasn't even thinking about the money anymore, I just wanted them to leave. And he took it and walked back to his mum and sister, and they walked away without another word. That's when I realized something stranger. No one else had crossed their path. The mall wasn't packed, but it wasn't that dead. The music and media store next door, which was usually buzzing with teenagers during the summer, was oddly quiet. Even the usual background noise of distant conversation and footsteps seemed muted, like the entire space was different. They were just gone. I didn't see them again after that, and when I finally managed to convince my manager to let me review the security footage, things only got weirder. The camera showed me standing at the counter, talking, but you couldn't see the family. No one was there. The angle was just wide enough that you should have been able to see them, but there was nothing. I was clearly interacting with someone, talking and gesturing like I would with any customer, but there was no one visible. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. I've told this story countless times, and people always offer theories, time slips, residual hauntings, maybe just an elaborate prank. But none of that explains the dollar. That silver certificate was real. And sometimes when I think about it, it leaves me wondering. Did I unknowingly serve a family that was never supposed to be there? Or was I the one who wasn't supposed to be there? Bartending is my trade, and I've been in this business for the last 9 years, since I was 21. I've learned more than just how to mix a perfect old-fashioned. I've learned how to navigate the attention that comes with the job. Some want it, but most of it not. I should mention that I put effort in my appearance. My clothes, my makeup, my hair, they're part of the job. Presentation matters when your income depends on tips, but because of that, I've had to become firm with boundaries. I've been working at this bar for 4 years. It's a small, cozy place that prides itself on quality cocktails and relaxed atmosphere, the kind of spot where craft beer flows instead of Coors, and you're more likely to see a Manhattan ordered than an O-bomb. A place, for the most part, that keeps the rowdier crowd away. Saturdays mean trivia night. Sometimes I get stuck hosting, not my favorite part of the job, but sometimes I have no choice. That night, a girl in the crowd stood out. She answered most of the questions I threw out, and wasn't alone. She had a group of friends with her, all in their mid-20s. She and I struck up a conversation between rounds and drink orders. She was flirty, and I'm not great at flirting, but she was sweet. And just to be clear, I like both men and women. This wasn't me humoring her for a bigger tip, though. Then came him. He sat one bar stool away from her and started making offhand, borderline rude remarks. At first it seemed like he was hitting on her, but she wasn't giving him anything to work with. I told him plain and simple that she wasn't interested. He smiled, the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes, then he dropped his gaze not to my face but lower. "Just looking for a name tag," he said. "We don't wear name tags." I warned him once. Keep making people uncomfortable and he'd be removed. Something about him put me on edge. He kept one hand stuffed in his jacket pocket, fingers twitching like he was fiddling with something inside. I don't play around with that kind of behavior, so I let security know. As I walked back, I caught his voice over the crowd, boasting to another patron that I had basically promised to sleep with him after my shift. The girl at the bar, and even a random guy nearby, shut him down immediately. I told him he needed to leave, and security would be handling it. The sinister playfulness in his expression turned sharp, agitated, and he muttered something about my orientation and turned to the man beside him, spitting out like a slur that it was his God-given right. I despise men like him, the ones who thrive on making others uncomfortable, convinced that if they push hard enough they will get what they want.
I stepped out from behind the bar and signaled security again. That's when he leaned in, voice thick with something vile, and made a crude suggestion, one that involved me, another man, and a cure for my attraction to women. Before I could react, the girl I had been talking to threw her glass of scotch straight into his face, then headbutted him square in the mouth. Security finally ran over, too late in my opinion, and tried to kick her out. That set me off. I tore into them, making it crystal clear that she wasn't the problem and that she'd done their job for them. The guy was dragged out. I kept an eye on him, though, through the window, as he lingered for a while, prowling near the entrance, but eventually he disappeared. The girl offered to stay with me until closing. I've locked up at 2 or 3 a.m. plenty of times alone, but I gave her the, "oh, would you please," routine anyway. Before the night ended, I made sure to thank the random guy at the bar too, gave him a hug, and told him he made me feel safer. The girl did the same. Later, I reported the incident to management. Security footage confirmed what I already suspected. The guy had a history, banned from other bars, and a tendency to start fights when drunk. I hate that I'm still watching for him.
This happened when I was 17, right before I turned 18. I was in a lot of apps to help make friends. I am autistic and struggle making friends in real life. On the apps, I had stated things like my interests and my sexuality. Then I met this one guy who lived an hour away, and I was looking for a friend to smoke with, and he said he would. I know, I was naive. Nonetheless, we planned a time, and I waited outside for him. He brought me a breeze, and we took turns hitting his cart. We had a very meaningful, deep conversation. We immediately just seemed to click, which I thought was amazing. Until, a bit later, when I was very high and impulsive. I don't really know my limits well. It was getting very cold, and I told him I should get back inside. He agreed and started to walk me towards my window. I was stumbling, unable to see straight, and once in my driveway he asked me for a hug before he left. And, me thinking it was kinda cute, I did give him a hug. Then the next thing I know, he was behind me. He had a knife to my neck. At first I tried to fight back, but realized it was getting me nowhere. Fighting back even severely hurt me. In the heat of the moment, I thought I was going to become just another true crime murder story, so I started listening to him. I was hoping he'd spare my life, but at the same time was trying to leave as much evidence as possible, in case listening didn't get me out of it. Then, I saw scars on his thighs. I managed to appeal to some sort of humanity he had in him. My exact words were, "I saw your scars just like me. You're hurting. But this isn't going to stop. It's only going to soothe it temporarily." I don't know how I was able to think so logically in such a panicked state, but it ended up being what saved me. He ended up letting go of me, only if we agreed to meet again. So I did. Then went inside and tended to my cut thumb. I blocked him on everything and kept his chats on my phone just in case I was ever brave enough to go to the police. Obviously, we didn't meet up again, and never shall. But what scares me most is how much we had in common with our mentality and personality. It's scary. I know predators like this say stuff all the time that they don't mean, but our deep conversations felt real. Don't meet anyone online you just met. It's a really bad idea, especially when you're alone at night. Who knows? I might have nearly become a statistic after all. Be careful out there.
When I was 15, we went to my friend's house for a party. His house was on the outskirts of our small town in rural Ireland, miles away from anyone else. It was the kind of isolated place where you could almost feel the quiet of the land. No traffic, no noise, just fields for miles. It was the late 90s, and we were all the typical 14 to 15-year-olds living for the usual beer, music, and laughter, and of course the company of girls. We were camping out in his front garden, in a tent we had set up beside the house. The field next to the garden was a hangout for the night. We had decided to light a fire with some old wood and timber we found scattered around.
It took some effort, but after a few false starts, we finally managed to get it going. There we were, sitting around the fire, passing around cans of beer, laughing, joking, and acting like typical teens. Then William, the one whose house we were at, suggested we go to the fairy fort. His tone was playful but also slightly serious, as it was an idea we couldn't pass up. We all agreed to go, not thinking much of it at the time. It was only a 10-minute walk through a field, he said. Now here's the thing about a fairy fort. In Irish folklore, these are no ordinary mounds. They're ancient earthwork circular hills surrounded by trees shrouded in overgrowth. If you've ever seen one, you know it's not a natural formation. It's clearly man-made, a relic from an ancient past. But what makes them even more mysterious is the belief that they're sacred places of power, where spirits and fairies dwell. So we left the campfire, though not before a few of my friends stomped on it, kicked it, and urinated on it, ensuring it was completely extinguished. Laughing and joking, we made our way across the fields. The night was warm, the stars were out, and everything seemed pretty normal until we reached the fairy fort. The place felt strange from the moment we crossed its boundary. It's hard to explain, but imagine walking into a dense thicket of trees, stepping onto a circular mound of earth where the air suddenly feels heavier. Even though it was midsummer, it felt like we had stepped into the heart of winter. The temperature dropped immediately. The atmosphere grew thick and suffocating, like something was pressing down on us. I remember the silence, the kind that feels unnerving. We stood there for a few minutes, goofing around, trying to shake off the eerie feeling. But one by one, my friends started to feel it too, the sense that we shouldn't be there. It was almost like the land itself was repelling us. William, the one who had suggested the fairy fort in the first place, was the first to say, "Nah, this is crap, let's head back," and everyone agreed without question. We quickly turned around to leave. The walk back felt hurried, like something was following us, urging us to move faster, and as we neared the campfire, one of my friends shouted, "Look, it's still going!" We all stopped dead in our tracks, staring at the flickering light in the distance. It was impossible. We'd left it extinguished, completely out. Yet here it was, roaring like nothing had happened. There were no other people around, no one had come by and reignited it. The fire was exactly the same as when we left it, tall, vibrant, and full of life. That's when the confusion set in. We were all moving fast towards the fire at a faster pace now, hearts pounding, each step feeling more urgent than the last. We were being drawn into something we didn't understand, and then as we got closer, there it was, exactly as it had been before. The fire hadn't been disturbed, the embers hadn't been touched. It was like time had been frozen and nothing had happened at all. Pure silence followed. None of us could speak. The realization hit all at once, and we knew it. It defied all logic, all ounce of reason. We stared at the fire for what felt like an eternity, and in that moment it was like the world around us had stopped. In a daze, we sprinted back to the tent, not saying a word to each other. There was no need. We all were thinking the same thing. It was as though we'd crossed into something we weren't meant to understand or supposed to exist. When we got to the tent, we tried to explain it away, like maybe a farmer had come by and restarted the fire while we were gone. But we'd only been gone for about 20 minutes. The fire should have been nothing but dying embers by the time, not a roaring fire like it had been. One of my friends was so shaken by what we had witnessed that he called his mother to pick him up. He left, terrified. We never spoke of it again. Not really. It's one of those things that's impossible to explain, something that, unless you've experienced it, you would never believe. But I'll never forget it. I can still see the fire burning, as though time had no power over it, as if we had stepped into something far beyond our own understanding. I work the night shift at a rehab facility, the kind of place where you see a lot of strange things but learn to ignore them.
The facility had a gated entrance with 2 cameras, one mounted high above watching the gate, and a doorbell cam for close-ups. Inside the office, the feed plays on separate monitors. I was buried in paperwork when movement on screen caught my eye. A man walked past the gate, then stopped. He stood there for a few seconds before slowly turning back. Then he lifted his head and stared straight into the camera. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. The place is in a rough neighborhood, so I'm used to people loitering. Normally I don't pay them any attention, but something about him was off. His face was empty, his eyes vacant, hollow. Not just the usual drugged-out glaze, but something deeper, something worse, like he was thinking about something terrible. I pressed the intercom. "Hey man, you good?" Nothing. He just kept staring at the lens like he could see through it. We have a rule. Unless they're hurt or trying to break in, leave them alone. No point in provoking someone who might be dangerous, so I let him in. But he didn't leave. For 2 hours he just stood there, eyes locked on the camera, never looking away, the same dead stare, the same eerie stillness. Finally I got up to do a quick round, just to shake the unease creeping up my spine. When I finally came back, he was gone. No sign of him, no footsteps in the dirt, nothing. And somehow that was worse. I went to see the New York Rangers hockey team play at Madison Square Garden, and I traveled alone. I went alone because I don't have that many friends, and no one knew I was a fan of the Rangers. It's whatever though. Overall, I had a great time. The Rangers won, and I was talking to some other Rangers fans who were sitting right next to me. When the game finished, it was dark. I exited the arena along with a big crowd, and we all were singing the melody to the song Seven Nation Army. I then separated from the crowd and went on my own. I was on my way back to the parking lot that was about 6 or 7 blocks away from where MSG was. I had to park far away because there were so many vehicles on 34th Street that there would be a lot of traffic, and all the parking lots were full. I would say it took around 10 minutes to reach where I parked my car. It was quiet all around. I couldn't hear a single other person in the darkness. As I was walking to my car, I felt a towel being wrapped around my head. Next thing I know, I was thrown to the ground and I felt 4 pairs of feet at least kicking me. They were mostly kicking me in the head and in my stomach. This went on for a good 15 seconds. When they finished, I was too weak to move or say anything. I then felt my phone, wallet, and car keys being taken out of my pockets. I wasn't overthinking at that moment. I was being robbed. After it was done, I heard a bunch of men speaking Spanish to each other and heard them run off. I could tell they were Venezuelan because of their accents, and heard them run until their footfalls could no longer be heard. That's when I felt that it was safe to get up off the ground. It was really hard to stand. I kept grunting and groaning because of the pain. It took me a full minute to stand, but I couldn't even do it straight. Then I took a step and my back was hunched over. I was walking like I had Parkinson's. I walked 50 feet and saw a payphone. When I was there, I dialed 911 and told them I just got robbed, and everything I had in my pocket, which included my phone, keys, and wallet, were gone. After I told them every detail, they said that police officers would be right over. They came in about 2 minutes, which was surprisingly hasty. 2 officers came out from the police car and asked me if I was okay. I told them I was fine mentally, but not physically. I was put inside the car, and they took me to the hospital. I told them more about what happened in the car. I arrived at the hospital in under 5 minutes, and I didn't need that much treatment. All I got was some ice packs and some painkiller shots. I saw that there were new charges on my credit cards which disturbed me to my core and had to cancel my cards. But what's more important than this is that I made it out alive, and can hopefully move past this. I've been working as a warehouse security guard for almost 2 years now. Most nights are uneventful, just me, the empty building, and the occasional stray cat scurrying across the lot. I don't mind the solitude, in fact I prefer it. That night though still haunts me. It was around 4 a.m., and I was making my usual perimeter checks outside the warehouse. The air smelled like rain, thick and heavy, but the storm hadn't hit yet. The distant hum of the highway was the only real sound. To pass the time, I started singing, a habit I picked up in Scouts when we'd go on long hikes. The song wasn't anything special, just something to fill the silence. And then I heard it. Another voice singing the same song. It was behind me. My stomach twisted in a knot so tight I thought I might puke. I turned around fast, my flashlight cutting through the dark, and that's when I saw him. Thin, almost skeletal. His eyes bulged in their sockets, and his skin was pocked and rough. Looked like he'd been through hell and barely made it back. He was swaying slightly, scratching his arms and watching me. I froze. My mind was screaming at me to move, but my body wouldn't listen. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I finally managed. Nothing. He just stood staring at me. "This is private property. You need to leave," I said, my voice a little shakier than I'd like to admit. He twitched at that, glanced around like he was checking to see if we were alone, then turned and started walking away. Every few steps he'd glance back over his shoulder. I didn't breathe until he was out of sight. Even then I wasn't convinced he was really gone. When I was absolutely sure I was alone, I bolted inside and locked the door behind me. I told my supervisor the next morning and he just nodded and said, "Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you just have to get used to it." But I haven't gotten used to it. I have tinnitus. Sometimes I hear noises that aren't really there, faint echoes, phantom sounds, and I used to chalk it up to my imagination, but now, every time I hear footsteps behind me, I turn around. Because that night, if that guy hadn't started singing, I don't know if I'd still be here to tell the tale. I was driving home very late at night on the highway, after a short vacation. It was Sunday night and I had slept very little during the day, and for one reason or another, I had to be back at work on Monday morning. So I pushed through, thinking I'll just get home and rest properly. The road was completely clear, and at the time I hadn't seen a car in like half an hour on any of the 4 lanes. I remember thinking to myself, I'm almost home. I've got to keep pushing. At some point I remember thinking, halfway jokingly, man, it's eerie out here being the only car on the road. What if I see a huge truck right in front of me and crash into it towards my death? Maybe 5 minutes after finishing that thought, I saw the back of a huge truck, complete with lights and its brake lights on. Pushed the brakes as hard as I could, thinking that there was no way I would be stopping before I hit that truck. Wheels screeched as the car came to a complete halt, and there was no one in sight. I had still been completely alone on the road. Your brain can absolutely make you see things that aren't there. Then, I learnt about driving tired, and how it can lead to micro-sleeping with your eyes open, even if you think you're fully in control. Find a safe spot and nap for like 15 minutes. It's better to drive awake than tired, because you might never arrive. Take it from me. Driving exhausted can mess with your perception of reality. Be careful out there on the road. When I graduated high school in 2008, I was kind of at a loss on what to do with my life. I'd just got a job at a local convenience store working night shift, and for about 8 months I really enjoyed it. My parents and friends were always concerned about me getting robbed or murdered, and rightfully so, but I never had an issue with anyone. About a year in, I finally experienced the encounter that made me change my life. It was a pleasantly cool late September evening, and at about 2:35 a.m., the doors open and this skinny, frail figure of a young woman comes in. I'll never be able to forget her. If it wasn't the way she was acting, she honestly would have been kind of cute. She had a collarbone waterfall of brown hair, tan skin, and an attractive figure, and was wearing a tight-fitting dark grey tank top, and was between her late 20s to early 30s. But it was her eyes that really captivated me, and not in a good way. The woman had this blank and distant stare. It was like she was an expressionless shell, moving purely on robotic instinct. She didn't say anything to me, no greeting whatsoever after I greeted her. Honestly, I just assumed she was high or something. She moved past the front counter towards a little household supply aisle we had. She picked up a little bag of cat food and turned back towards me, staring me straight into the eyes so intently that I thought she was about to pull a gun and shoot me. What she did was honestly much worse, though. She got to the front counter, never breaking her silence or gaze even after I tried talking with her, and reached into her pocket and pulled out a $5 bill and 3 quarters. With tax, it was still a little short of the price, but I'd take $1 out my wallet to stick it in the cash register later. She was starting to creep me out. After I took the money and rang her up, she didn't move. She stood there staring at me without blinking. I tried speaking to her again, but this time she brought the cat food up and opened it with the littlest ease I've seen a packet of pet food be opened. By this time I'm standing in silence trying to figure out what the heck she's doing. Her gaze was unflinching, and she reached into the bag and pulled out a big handful of cat food staring at me, and shoved the whole handful of pet food in her mouth and began crunching away. Bits and pieces of the cat food dropped from her lips onto the floor. I wanted to say something but was too flabbergasted to even get my voice from my throat. Finally, after a few minutes of chewing on her cat food, the woman turned and walked out the store. My boss pulled up the camera footage the following morning before I clocked out. He said he'd seen the woman before, but only once in his 5 years of employment there. He told me, and I kind of think it was a lie, that she was a crazy woman who lived in an old mausoleum in the city cemetery. He said the cops knew about her, and as part of their initial nightly patrols would go and check on her to make sure she wasn't dead. That was the night that made me decide to go to a trade school. I never worked at the gas station again, and every so often she still appears in my nightmares, just standing there, staring at me with those deep, blank eyes, crunching on a handful of cat food. In my town, there's a story that a guy has moved into the deep woods close to our town. I never believed it, as I go for night drives occasionally and never saw anything resembling a man living in the woods. Anyway, tonight I decided to go for a drive and drove past a pizza place. Being hungry, I decided to get a pizza for myself before I went home. In my head, I had a plan to eat pizza and play some Minecraft, because I'm in my 2-week Minecraft phase at the moment. I paid for my pizza and started walking to my car, pizza in one hand and phone in the other, messaging my friend if he wanted to play some Minecraft when I got home. I look up from my phone to cross the road to the car park when I see something underneath my car. It looks like a shadow or something dark. I slipped my phone in my pocket and pulled out my keys. I unlocked the car to scare off anything near it. I was thinking maybe it was a cat or a dog just hanging around underneath. But when I unlock the car, nothing happens. No cat runs away, no dog fleeing, nothing. The shadow looked like it was cast from the driver's side, so I was going to have to look at whatever this thing was. I put my keys away, pulled my phone out again and turned the flashlight to see better in the dark. As I turned towards the driver's side, I see him. A dirty, naked man with big eyes staring right at me. He was crouched down trying to hide. Now I don't usually get scared of anything, but this guy frightened me. He looked like he rolled around in mud and dried it out on his skin. His eyes looked creepy, bloodshot, almost bulging from his head. And as I said at the start, he was completely naked. I get startled and jump backwards, and out of instinct dropped my pizza. It falls out of the box and onto the floor. I start moving back slowly and shout to him to get away from the car. He looks up at me, then at the pizza, and then back at me again. He tilts his head to one side and then jumps towards the pizza like a dog, grabs it, and starts running away down the road. I assume he ran all the way to the woods. I wouldn't know where he went as I didn't feel like following him. I lock my car and run to the pizza place and stay there for a bit. The workers obviously don't believe me when I tell them what happened, but I know what I saw.
Once the fear subsides after a while, I realize the guy just stole my pizza. Angry as I was looking forward to it, I get another one and run to my car this time. I get in, put the pizza on the passenger seat and go home. Once I got home, I locked all my doors and windows, even my bedroom door, as I was still feeling quite shaken. I think I'll be playing Minecraft until the sun comes up.
We see tons of people in this job, all different. It's part of the charm, and different people mean different smells. Usually not too bad. I don't expect you to smell shower fresh after a long shift or a 12-hour drive. Some people have bad breath, but it's nothing notable. Until this guy. Might as well call him Stankman George. He skews the statistics because he stinks so much worse than literally everyone else. I don't know if I can do this justice through words, but I'll sure as hell will try. George is dropped off by a taxi with his grandma. She uses a wheelchair and their dog. They're apparently locals. I don't know how the taxi driver survived. Dear Lord. They come inside and go straight to the desk. A few people come in after him and stand behind him in line. Immediately my co-worker was bowled over by the absolute stench of this guy. It's insanely strong. It's like a mix of bucket of garbage juice if you left it in 90-degree weather for a week, a litter box that belongs to a cat hoarder and hadn't been cleaned in 2 years, and the rank body odor that rivals a teenage boy who hasn't yet discovered deodorant. Milk that you forgot in your car in the summer and ended up exploding because it spoiled or got chunky, and crunched, unwashed and unwiped asshole. Take that medley and multiply it by 50. That is Stankman George. My co-worker kept holding her breath and running back into the office for air as she tried to check them in. Back out at the desk, the people standing behind George were literally gagging and heaving in the lobby. The guy grabbed his girlfriend's arm and pulled her into the entryway to get away from it, but wherever the automatic doors triggered, the smell seeped into the entryway, so they had to wait outside to be rid of it. By the end of the check-in process, my co-worker basically shoved the keys at him, quickly told him the breakfast times and ran into the back office to breathe. The smell lingered in the lobby for a long time. The couple behind him came back inside, made eye contact with my co-worker, and the guy said, "The hell was that?" My co-worker shrugged in bewilderment and said it was the worst thing she'd ever smelled in her life. Oh, but the smell didn't stay in George's room, no sir. It seeped out into the hallway and nearby rooms. It was awful. Their poor dog. Dogs can smell things much better than we can. Poor dog was probably hiding under the bed, begging for it to end. That whole hallway stunk. Everyone on the staff texted the general manager about it, but he thought we were overreacting. The next day when I came in for my shift, the first thing out of my mouth was, "The hell is that smell?" That's when they informed me of our distinguished guest. Co-worker 2 explained the whole thing. Apparently George had come to the desk to buy some things from our pantry hours before, and the smell still hadn't dissipated. They said that even his freaking money smelled. So much that they considered telling him to take the stuff for free. She said she had to move guests out of that hallway because they complained of the smell. The night auditor later told me the night before that he was in the laundry room folding towels when suddenly he knew the guy was up at the desk because he could smell him from all the way down the hall in the laundry room. His reputation didn't precede him, but his smell sure did. I moved people around and upgraded folks just to keep them out of his hallway. The guy had an entire wing of the hotel to himself and didn't even know it. The guest asked me why I wanted to upgrade them when they weren't members or anything. I told them we had a stinky guest and didn't want to have to smell him. The lady asked if it smelled really bad, and I told her it was worse. The next morning they came down to breakfast while he was down there. They went over to the front desk and told my co-worker that I needed a raise for upgrading them instead of putting them anywhere near the stank man. We aren't allowed to send delivery drivers to rooms, but my co-worker refused to call this guy out to the lobby. She told the pizza guy to give it to the guy themselves, and every time they came jogging back down the hallway with their shirt over their nose and a nasty look on their face directed at my co-worker for not warning them. And there were a lot of pizza guys. He ordered pizza at least 4 times a day. I had to walk down that hallway myself at one point, and my eyes burned and mortared from the sheer reek of this guy. I ran out of the hall and heaved all over the trash can, and told my general manager, and he said, "Oh no," and that was it. After 3 nights, they tried to extend it. The front office manager said, "Sorry, we've got an electric company coming tonight and we're booked." There was no electric company. We just weren't going to extend them. Housekeeping made my general manager go into the room himself to smell it, and he discovered we were not overreacting. Our most seasoned housekeeper had to shove Vicks Vapor Rub up her nose to even stand being in the room for 10-minute intervals. And the room was trashed. Food and garbage piled everywhere, crap on the carpet and towels, and whether it was from human or dog is debatable. They'd taken off all the linens from the bed, except the mattress cover, and slept on that. Housekeeping told me that there were dirty, greasy arse marks and skid marks on both sides of the bed. Stankman George was sleeping in the same bed as his grandma, while they both slept naked. They were charged a hefty fee for cleaning and damages, and they were put on the DNR list immediately. The room had to be put out of inventory, and they had to keep the ionizer running 24/7. Towels and linens were thrown out because they didn't want to risk making other linen smells by running through the washer or dryer. The carpet had to be shampooed twice. We had to buy new deodorizing products because our industrial strength stuff wasn't doing the job. It was messed up all round. His shower was untouched. Big surprise. I would have paid him to take a shower. If you ever worry about being stinky, just remember the stank man sleeping naked with his grandma, and it's guaranteed to boost your self-esteem.